What's up, team? Good morning. How's everybody doing? If you guys do not see the live at the bottom of the screen, this is not live. You might be on another video. Welcome to the Ivy League live stream. Hope you guys got your sleep. Hope you're ready. We have a little bit of news catalyst this morning. Kind of running around doing things. If you could, like, share, subscribe. Oh my gosh, my little girl. She was at the door. She's still at the door. I opened the door and she got her paws. And she's just wanting to play, and I feel so terrible. I'm like, but I gotta work. I gotta make some money. You want treats, right? But she doesn't know better. So I got up at 5:30 this morning. It's 7:30 already. I kind of wanted to be on here earlier and getting started on what it is I wanted to do. And it feels like there's just no time. So, or there's more things that I feel I need to do than I have time for. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who feels that way. But, you know. So, welcome. This is the Ivy League live stream. We're going to start off with some news that we have this morning. We have an upgrades on Netflix. We have some China news that's kind of been out. I wouldn't say this morning, but it's been out for the past couple days about metals and stuff for, I guess, chips. Nice. So it looks like we're getting this pullback on the SPY. She's mad. She's running. I don't know. I gave her treats. I gave her everything she needs. She's good. So again, I'm gonna bring everything up. I want to see. So we have pickleball news from CNBC. They're worried about pickleball. I don't know why. We have a Netflix upgrade. I think it was 440 price target. God damn it, man. I swear, I need a bigger boat. I can't put this monitor any more farther back than it already is. This is crazy. Like, really? I gotta figure this out. This is gonna frustrate the shit out of me. But I hope you guys are doing good this morning. I hope you guys are doing great. Let me get all of my windows up here. Alright. If you guys have any questions, any tickers, anything you want to ask me, throw them in the chat. I'd be happy. I'd be obliged to take them. I feel like I got some good sleep, but I also think, man, the train went by this morning. It's not right by. I don't know. It's down the way a little bit, and it was like shaking the damn house. And I'm like, man, it's just too much. I feel for whoever is the people that live right next to it. I don't even see how they have a standing house and how they can build the vibration and everything is just crazy. So it's just got me a little worried. Just the location being so, it like shakes the house. It's crazy. And start seeing shit cracking on drywall and just the house moving in general along with that doesn't help. So I got some sleep. I'm ready to attack. Again, we got Netflix. We have Netflix, this China news, and as we go on, we're going to cover the data as we go. All right. So I want to see Microsoft. So we have also Amazon, all the big tech companies I think are meeting in doing something with Europe. We're going to bring it up. We're going to bring it up. So again, if you guys have any questions, post them in the chat. Thanks for being here. Like, share, subscribe. Let's get on with the day. Let's see here. Let me boom. Let me go here first. So let me write this down. I don't even have a pen. I don't know if when I left for Florida, if the damn pen, if I left it open and the pen dried up on me. I don't know. Yo, oh my gosh. I'm going to get so irritatedly frustrated. Oh my God. gotta hang this monitor up. I think that's the only thing I gotta do. I think if I hang the monitor up, it'll just open everything up, and I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'll probably work on that tonight. I'm gonna go see if I can find something to hang it on. All right, so I got a pen. So let me jot this down. Let's go to, we're going to go to Wall Street Journal or Bloomberg first. Oh, so we have Rivian also, guys. Rivian's another one. Netflix. They said this morning cocaine was found in the office in the White House. There was a white powdered substance, and I guess they tested it or something. There was a bag of cocaine in there. So, that's what happens when you getting that money and you living that life. You gotta, you know what I mean? I guess you gotta there's only one way to keep it going, instead from being jet lagged. I wonder if he introducing Pops to that shit. Wouldn't that be funny? He introducing the Pops to that shit. Excuse my French. I don't want to cuss on here. Let's not do that already. Already messing up. Jesus Lordy. Alright, guys. Wow. The first thing we see is soldiers. How a shame. We need a change so bad. Some people training to die over nothing. Over nothing. Alright. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go over charts. I want to go see
Crude is up $1.47 at $71.26. Natural gas up 7 cents at $2.80. Gold is up $5.
I was actually looking at gold yesterday.
Bitcoin down 990 at 30,710.
Did they fall after weak China data? Let's go find out for ourselves. Let's see. What? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about all that. All right, so we have factory orders month over month. I thought we had. Okay, LMI Logistics Managers Index current 45 versus previous. So that's low. What is this? Manager Index fell for a fifth straight month to hit a record low, 45 in June, to another contraction in the logistics sector, mainly dragged down by inventories. Inventory levels continue their downward movement to 42.9. Well, we're getting ready to get the EU 3-month bill, which I don't really care too much about it. So, unity with Russia. Saudi Energy Ministry says Iran and Moscow oil cuts showed unity with Russia. So let's look up oil or energy. Let's write that down. I'm going to go through and see what stocks are on the going to be on the watch list. Zion. Of course he does. Of course he urges stricter gun control. I know. Because it's the law-abiding citizens that are ones out there killing people. What the fuck is wrong with your government, people? Like, seriously. Drugs are illegal. That's illegal. And that shit flowing like I don't know what. Just like guns. Don't worry. If somebody want to kill somebody, they're going to find a way to kill them. So, get your government out of it. And get your government out of healthcare and the college system. And you might have a market where they fight for pricing. Being honest. That's just how I feel. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But I mean, give it a try. You haven't even had a chance to try it out. Because if the colleges, if healthcare, if they're saying these hospitals are like, hey, doesn't matter. Fed's got our back. You know, that's your credit, not mine. They can charge whatever the fuck they want. So I'm done cussing. I'm done with all that. But shit's real. Get this man out of here. Maybe if those people had a fighting chance, the two might still be here. And again, it was two. This is not like when they say mass shootings. This is not 10, 15, 8, 6. 2 people mass shooting. I hate the news so much, guys. All right, let me see. I'm gonna go. I gotta grab my charger real quick, and we are gonna run through the SPY. Sorry about that. Let's do it, guys. So we got Rivian, Amazon, Microsoft, Netflix, Energy, Gold, and whatever else news we got. We'll look at small caps, GLD, or GDX, however you want to play it. Just so you guys know, this is my target. We talked about it last night. I want to see if we can get down to 438.50, 438.35, this area here. Ultimately, if you want me to be honest with you, I still want this area down here. I still want 430, 429. Let's do this. Let's go to a 30-minute chart. This might be a little too much time frame, but now the Qs came back and tested this double top. The Dow also. Now the IWM, I'm not sure. And you want to just take notice which ones have and have not. And that doesn't really have a double top like the other ones do. Kinda. So we'll see. So I want to see what sectors, as we get closer to market open, I want to see what sectors start to move and whatnot. So I'm going to cover Rivian real quick. Okay, I'm going to cover Rivian. I'm going to cover a few of the mega cap stocks. And yeah, man, look at that drop on the SPY. It looks big, right? It's $1.50, $2. You haven't had much volatility. You know, that was like a candle. $1 moves, but it was the candles that we were getting. So what do you know, I want to help you guys like gain a lot of knowledge, because I want you guys to understand too, there is so much shit out there that people make a lot of money, all right? I don't want to throw his name under the bus, and I'm not going to. But somebody who makes a lot of money on YouTube or gets a lot of views, like I don't understand, like, you know, gets a lot of views and he's trying to do good for people, and I applaud that. I applaud just good, just being a doer, just being a doer. But if you think you're telling people that you're selling everything and you're going to go into emerging markets into a higher interest rate, shows that you have not a goddamn clue what you're talking about. And that's a GOT, not a GOD. So, like, there's, you know, I'm not going to be right. I'm not going to be right. All right, but I'm going to tell you right now, I know for a fact I'm not going to emerging markets. If I'm not going into bonds, why would I go into emerging markets? So it's just kind of funny to me, some of the stuff that goes on in this whatchamacallit, in this industry. That's the word I was looking for. All right, so let's do it, gang. Let's do it. Let's cover it. Let's find some opportunity today. My little girl is not going to leave me alone at all. Okay. You okay, baby girl? I feel so bad. But I gotta get going. No, baby, you can't get up here. I'm sorry. You can sit on my lap, but that's it. Come here. That's all. She has no idea there's a camera. Over this way. Come on, baby. It's okay. No. You know, fight me. No, you can't get up there. Daddy's sorry. Okay. Alright. I know you want to get up there so bad. She just wants to sit up here with me. There's just no room. So let's go to futures. We don't even have to go to futures. I'm sorry, baby. You gotta get down. There's no room up there. I know. Go ahead, jump up there. I know. So let's go over the levels, guys. Let's get it. I'm done playing around. No, get down, please. I'm sorry, baby. I know. I just can't. I can't. I feel so terrible. I feel so bad. There's no room, love. I'm sorry. I know. I'm such a bad parent. I know, my baby girl. So, did the ES... I'm trying to see here. Yeah, right here. Kinda. See, the ES is going to have a whole lot more. Why does the ES not show it? If you guys have any tickers or anything you guys want to post, just throw them in the chat. I'll leave that up. Yeah, I'm just going to keep it on the SPY. I know, I'm so sorry, my baby. You guys have no idea how terrible I feel. Let's do it. Alright. Guys, this is my target for the day. For the week. This is the target. This is what we're looking for. Alright, SPY. So, if the SPY is weak, alright, 438, let's zoom into this, actually. Nah, we're in the hourly. We're good. 438.50 roughly. 438.48. It's not going to be exact, but you okay? Okay. Bless you. Let's see. This is the zone. Yeah, we're gonna say 438 to 438.50. That's our range. That's our target. That's our downside target. All right, and that's gonna give us. That's gonna give us about 4 points, 5 points. So it's not too bad. Say we're at 4. Depends on where we open, of course. So maybe what we look for when we open is we look for the bounce. Maybe we look for. I'll have to bring it into a lower time frame, but I want to short bounces. Okay, but I also want to be buying dips. Her window wasn't open, so I do apologize for that. So, 438 again, 438 to 438.50. That is my downside target I'm looking for. I'm just wanting to use what I'm doing right now is I'm just using, because I have a few different things going on here. So let's remember this area here. This is our second bounce off of this 441.50 area, guys.
DHI acquires the home building operations of Truland Homes.
DHI, so that is
approximately $100
DR.
million in cash for the purchase.
DHI, is that DR Horton? So it is. It's DR Horton. That probably won't get much.
Ticker LCF1 acquires citation boost technology. Financial details not disclosed.
So I'm going to pop on briefly just as I run through this because I'm writing it down. I'm looking for news. I'm doing what I got to do. If you guys have any questions, anything you guys want me to chart out, just throw them in the chat. All right, throw them in the chat. I got you. And yeah, I really want to pull back, guys. I think we need to take the next couple days. Maybe we get it with the Fed, the FOMC minutes. I doubt it. I just don't think we get anything that's unexpected. But I want to pull back. I want to pull back. Just because I want it doesn't mean we'll get it. This is honestly... Sorry. Guys, yeah, I'm looking at this level there. So we have this, and that's just the first target. So guys, what I'm going to have is I'm going to have support 1, 2, 3, resistance 1, 2, 3. All right, my first resistance level is obviously this 441. So I know, hey, 441. If you guys don't do this, you should. It really helps. R1, R2, R3, S1, 2, 3. You know what I mean? Have your 3 targets. You don't need all these lines down here like I have. I just need to clean my charts up. But, and you know what's funny is I was thinking last night, you know how we came off the COVID lows and like, you get to that like worry stage, like, should we really be going up? And you still get a couple down ticks, you know? Kind of curious if we start to get that. The uncertainty of should we really be going up, and then just everybody becomes buyers again. Until the data tells, you know, proves everybody wrong or whatever, what have you. If the recession where it does start to show its face. Again, if you guys have any questions, just throw them in the chat. So if we know, like, Q's and the SPY are having trouble up here, right? If we know they're having trouble, we need to know that if the SPY and the Q's aren't breaking up to new highs, chances are these stocks aren't going to do the same unless there's a catalyst or news. Again, I'm looking at, there's a few things that I'm looking at, okay? I want to see, let's say, boom, boom, boom. It's kind of bearish. Man, excuse me. Wonder if tech starts out strong and we get the, because you guys have noticed how, like, the past 2 weeks we've been coming out Monday. Past couple weeks, like, the Monday has been a down day. What if we get an update today and, like, a down couple days? So it's hard to say because it's a holiday. We had a holiday. But again, guys, I'm just targeting this area. Targeting this area here. Same for the Qs, the SPY. This is our first. There's a double top here from Thursday, Wednesday. Let's look for that to continue to hold as support. There is a line of support here prior. All right, not much. It's not clean. You know, it was a lot of resistance a few weeks back, but there just doesn't seem to be much there. There's not much structure there yet. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I really want to see this 366. I want to know if we're going to put in a range or if we're going to continue higher. Chances are I think we continue higher. We have not tested the 50-day on either the SPY or the Qs. The IWM needs this regional banking sector to figure out what it's going to do for it to also join the market in the upside. But again, this is not healthy. So I am cautious. I am cautiously long. I am not short. I will be. I will be short today if the opportunity sets up. If I get a bounce back and we don't break through that level, then I will be short. So I'm going to start getting into stocks. We know what we're looking for. We have the top in the SPY and the Qs, and that's that. All right. this area, this 444, 445 area is our resistance. All right, 444. So I'm going to go run through some stocks real quick. If you guys have any questions or anything you want me to cover, throw them in the chat. Appreciate you. Like, share, and subscribe, gang. I'd like to be able to get this community up and going. So I'm really interested on AMD, guys. This is gonna interest me. All right, I need to do my work as far as, I think this thing needs to give us a little more time. But so far, look, our RSI is putting in lower highs. The stock still tried to put in a higher high there, right there, and nothing. So this thing's been on a tear. I don't know. Just not sure, guys. Don't know if it's got it. Don't know if it's gonna make the cut. Unfortunately, maybe now is just not. Maybe it's just now is not the time for AMD. So that's how I feel. That doesn't mean that's what I'm gonna do. I will take this thing long or short. I will not hesitate to do what I need to be doing. But again, if the Qs and SPY can't go up, guys, we got to look for weakness, relative weakness. Again, this morning, pre-market. Just be careful, though, because like I said, I want to show you guys this. It could be a 3-minute, 2-minute. Look what happened Monday. It was this candle right here, guys, in that I want to show you guys. Right here. Look at this. So what happened was we had there's 3 candles right there, right here. This is where we tried to break. We tried to break. You had nice volume in the morning. You had, I want to say, more volume to the upside than you did the downside. I'd have to look at different time frames because it'll help you really gauge what's going on. But the quick reversal, and I think it was exactly this candle, or no, it was this long tail here, because it pulled back. Now the 90 MA, I can't remember which chart it was on, because the 90 MA is a little off because you have like a full day of price action, and I am on AMD, dude. That's crazy. No, it was Friday, I thought, right? Not Monday? Was it Friday? It was Monday. It was Monday. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm right. But that quick reversal there is what really told me, hey, watch out. This thing could just doesn't have it. So, where are we at today? Where are we at? Let's see. So we're holding. We're putting in a double bottom here. Doesn't mean it's going to hold, but it's a good sign for anybody that's thinking about a long. Now, I had a feeling the long might be the play for a few different reasons. All right. It's just, the MACD is also putting in lower highs and stuff, so it's not all that bullish, but it just felt to me like here. You had all this resistance here and you broke it. You made it support. See how you broke it? And you turned it into support. You wicked it twice on the 15-minute. So that's a little bit of time. Boom. Found support on that previous high. The previous initial morning high. Blah, blah, blah. It's just working its way up like it should. Like a stock that wants to run should. I'm also not blind to the fact that if we get up to this level here, it's 118. When did the seller start jumping back in? That's the other side of the story. You see? And it really was like right here with this double bottom. It's right here. It wicked and it never closed below. At least on the 15-minute chart, I'm pretty sure. Either way, I can't remember what it was exactly that I was looking at, guys, but it just showed it's not relative strength, but just the downside was that I think it had been beaten up. It's good. And that was a long ride, guys. They took $30 off of this thing. 1,000 shares at $30, that's 30 grand. So think about that. And then there's a lot of traders that had more. They probably shorted, I don't know, 10,000 shares. So, it's crazy when you start dealing with a lot of money like that. That's when the market really, 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 really tests you. That's when the market's really hard and you got to just ignore it and just do your math and just know your risk tolerance. All right. So let's see. I'm going to continue to go over these charts real quick. I'm going to get them set up. I'm going to cover what exactly I want to look for on AMD today, and so on and so forth. Again, I'm open to take any questions or go over any charts. Throw them in the chat. We got you covered. Thanks for being here. Like, share, subscribe. Market opens in about an hour, so let's get ready, folks. So I'm watching for this 117.90, 118 short on AMD if we get up there. You could possibly also, I will be thinking about, maybe a scalp. I don't know if it's in play yet today. I want to look at China ADRs. But, see, it's just not getting off that level. It's got to get off this level here. It's got to get off of it. We haven't really had a really nice test of this 113.90, 114 level during market hours as support. I mean, literally, you've had, what is that, Thursday for a few minutes. You just broke above it, So, you see what I'm saying? There's this double top during market hours. See if you come back to get a support. Maybe you hit 117.90, 118 first, then come back, test it. We'll see. I'll keep it on the radar. I really like Microsoft, so I'm going to go over this chart real quick. She's so mad. She just wants to lay on me and go to sleep, but I don't have enough room up here for her to lay down. This is getting too distracting for me. I got to get this shit done. I cannot not be ready for the day. All right. So I'm trying to finish charting Microsoft real quick, but she just keeps trying to climb up here, climb in my lap. I feel so terrible, but it is what it is. She's going to have to she's, she loves her dad. I don't know. That's all it is. So I apologize. So let's see. Like I said, I was kind of bearish on Microsoft yesterday. I want to see I want to see what this area here brings. I just think that there's a little bit of news. I think it's overextended. Okay, so we are coming down. Pre-market. We talked about it last night. If you didn't catch last night's live stream, just give me a sec and I'm going to go over this chart real quick and figure out what it is I want to do. It feels like Microsoft could get a bounce here. It feels like it could start to bounce here. And then maybe start rejecting around 336.30. 336.97, 337. Maybe we look for the rejection. Or it keeps falling. I need to see what I saw last night. Like I just 336.50, so this right here, 338 roughly. We've already broken that level. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what this thing brings. Talk about way too many lines on my chart. Holy cow, I gotta clean this chart of NVIDIA up badly. I know, sweetheart. I feel so terrible. I know Come the fuck on, man. These charts get me frustrated. Here I am doing the cursing thing. I gotta stop. It's just me. It's just my character. I'm sorry, guys. You know, I'm trying to do the best I can here. I wonder if NVIDIA can come back down here and retest this 415 area. I want to see that. I want to see if we can do that. So we'll see. This is a nice setup. This is the first time I've seen Tesla match up pretty damn well with the S&Ps and the Qs. So you had a rally Monday with Tesla's Q2 deliveries. I said to not go long because, you know, it had a lot of momentum off the bell, and I felt like I just didn't want nobody to chase it and get caught in the pullback, because what can happen is this thing could just pull back to 266, and you can still be right, but can you handle that pullback? And if you're in options and it pulls back to 266 and rallies to 288, you're still down. You're probably still going to be down money. So you got to get your timing right. You got to know. So I've been doing this for a while, so I know if I get into an option, and I know ultimately if I'm getting the move right and it goes in an opposite direction and then moves in that direction, I'm going to be able to tell if I'm going to be able to make money or not. I just know. I've been doing this for a while. If I get a bad fill, if something stupid happens, I don't know. Like my one I always go back to is coin. I bought the dip on coin, and as soon as I went to go in, it just dropped, and I caught the bottom of that drop, and I'm like, shoot, and then it bounced back up. You know, I didn't get that bounce up, and I'm like, even if this thing, when it pulls back down, it goes up and pulls back down and gets to my, like, where I got in at, and even past it, it's not going to make me any money, and it didn't. You know, it made me a very little bit of money, break even. You know, it wasn't even break even, but it was like, I don't even think commissions. I think it was, I didn't make enough even for commissions. So you guys got to know, you know, you guys got to be really good at this stuff. Sometimes that's going to happen. You know, it's not that you can't help it, but you can. I mean, necessarily that, like, you can't help that. You can't help the stock falling out of bed as you're getting in the puts, and you just get a bad fill. You know, it is what it is. Just get out, you know, if you still can. Immediately just sell it. You'll probably be green if it's still down. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. But, you know, just got to keep an eye on those things. Because, again, you can still get up. It can still go to the upside, but it could pull back first. I think that's the most logical thing. And I think a lot of people don't think about that stuff. Like, what is the next move the stock should make for a healthy stock? If it's going to go to higher, it needs to pull back and regain and see if it can bring in new buyers. So, technically, I want to be short Tesla. Not long-term short. None of that stuff. All right. So we still need to go over Rivian. All right. Some of these companies that have a catalyst, which I'm getting to right now. I kind of just wanted to run across a couple and see what we had going on. It's funny how HD and all them are down, but the home builders are at all-time highs. Just goes to show you retail is not necessarily a place you want to be in. So what's up, guys? Man, Rivian just doesn't like the 200-day on the week on the. It doesn't look like it has much. It has It has a dollar. There's a dollar move left. Like it feels like you got your 200-day right here. You're coming into resistance. Like I just don't. I just don't know, guys. I don't know. Not sure if it's gonna break it on the first try. So I just don't know if there's any meat on the bone. And I mean, look, pre-market, it's resisting that level now. So if you guys have any tickers, throw them in the chat. We're going to get FOMC minutes. I'll probably trade the indexes today. UPS had some news out. We'll cover that a little bit later. Teamsters saying they walked away from contract negotiations. So, you know, another day in corporate America. Here's Redbook year over year. So right now I'm gonna go figure out what I want to watch AMD. I need to find some charts that I really like. All right, they're out there. You just gotta find them. What am I on? 15 minute. Okay. NKLA Nicola. I'm kind of just doing some searching it right now, guys. Seeing what the best thing that, you know, what's the best opportunity we have today as far as news and any other thing that I can find for us. You might see a on a 15-minute. This looks like a good sell-off, guys. On Carvana here, I would keep an eye on Carvana. Feel like it's just trapped at this $26 level. All right. Here goes DWAC. That's on the list. So now we just see if we get movement. Its news is slowly filtering in. We've had a nice rally the past while here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to get a pullback. In fact, I'd like to see a pullback. What the hell? That's crazy. So I wonder if we're gonna be wonder if we're gonna buy the dip and then take the short. Buy the dip, 442, 442.69-ish area, and then we sell it off. We're gonna see. We're gonna find out. We're gonna wait and let things happen. See what type of volume we have. I'm gonna start looking at the volume here in the next couple minutes for pre-market volume. Not too shabby, right? Not too shabby. Doesn't look too bad, guys. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. That's a high volume day. Yeah, this is what we want right here. Well, that's right before the market. This is still a few minutes before the market's open. So So check this out, guys. I mean, look at this. Look at that. That's sick, right? We're right in the channel that we've put out. You see that? I mean, we've had this channel drawn out. We'll just wait and see. And we've said, you know, be a buyer at 60. Low 60s were buyers. All right, team, let's get ready and go, guys. We got 15 minutes. There's mRNA news striking a deal for China.
Will develop drugs, quote, exclusively for the Chinese people, a spokesperson told CNBC. Mike Romeo November Alpha mRNA.
don't think we're worried about COVID anymore, guys. I don't think that news is that the COVID stuff's just in the past. I feel like that's long gone. All right, maybe there's a couple dollars to be made there, but I mean, guys, I bought this stock in 2020, right around in this $20 mark. It was the only one that I did buy. It was the only company that I did buy. I didn't buy like Novavax or what was the one, Gilead. Just bought Moderna. It was around $20. This was my area. That was my area. And stock ripped, guys. Stock went to 500 some freaking dollars. Pretty crazy, isn't it? Look at that. Just buying it even here at $36 to $497 to $500. Think about if you just put $1,000, $500, $100, you know, there's a few grand there. So anyway, let's get back to the future, not the past. We need some news, gang. I was kind of excited about today, but doesn't feel like we have much. I mean, we could also look for the short on Amazon. Again, so what we're looking for is the SPY. The Qs are both, we're kind of putting in a double top. Oh my God, Sava. Oh yeah, she's ripping back and forth. Yeah, she's going back and forth there. So I don't know if it's halted or what's going on. Maybe they don't know how to take the news. I have no idea. Novavax is a $7 stock, y'all. That's insane. That's insane. This thing was also a $200, $300 stock. What the hell? You have lost all of your money. That's a short. I don't know about y'all, but that's a short. That's insane. It's not going to be a company no more. It's not going to be a company anymore. Alright, so I'm going to start getting my charts ready. Let's get it, guys. Let's go. So what are we looking? What are we looking for? Again, one more time. Let's see if we get a bounce back. I want to see if we get a bounce back. We're going to want to look at Monday's lows. Okay, you can already starting to see we're starting to curl up to the upside. You're going to get your dip buyers. But I want to see if we can get a rejection up here. So maybe they spring the long off the open. Let's get the grids. Let's get everything ready. Let's go, guys. If you could, please like, share, and subscribe. Would be greatly appreciated. Come on. I know, baby. I know. Come here. Baby, I gotta get ready, please. Alright, gang, let's get ready. Let's go. It's go time, boys. Girls. Hi, baby girl. And my little girl. She just wants to sit up here with me. Her's such a little daddy girl. Yes, her is. Her's such a little daddy girl. I gotta get rid of some of these lines here, guys. Look how ridiculous this is. We can't even read it. Holy cow. That's not okay. I don't like that. Alright, let's go. Let's do this. What's up, bro? So, I was just saying a minute ago, what would we want to look for? We want to look for a bounce back to this 443 and get a rejection off 443.15. Starting to bounce pre-market. I want to see if we, maybe scalp along off the open. I'm mainly concerned about seeing if we come back up to test this 443 area. See if we can reject it. Just getting all my shit right. I got to get rid of these lines. I can't even see it. So I'm sure you guys can't. Or have trouble making out what it is. And again, there's low liquidity there as well. So there's really no movement. Alright, that's good. That's good enough for me right there. Actually. Boom. Alright. Oh, that's right. I gotta... I know, baby. I feel so bad. She just wants to play. And I'm like, I can't do anything right now. You want treats? You want food? I gotta do something. There was Moderna news, so you guys, we have DWAC, UPS, Rivian. I just don't know how much further Rivian's got. I don't know how much even UPS has in it. I think UPS has until October, so it's no big deal. I think right now, I think it's UPS. Don't quote me. We got a few minutes to the bell, so I got this straight. This is good. It's going to be nice to see a little bit of volume come back, and we may not get it till later. Guys, again, I want to see this week. I want to get down here. Ultimately, I want this area. I want this 438.25 as our target for the SPY. All right, that's the target. When, that's up to you. You can buy a daily, off the direction, but that doesn't mean it's going to get there today. It could take a couple days. It could take a week. It could also not ever get there, and we could just continue to rally, and it not let you get that. Come on, you bastard. Do I want time in sales? Oh man, this takes up so much room. I hate the level 2 one here. I gotta make some changes. I really do. I gotta make some changes. Maybe I'll work on that around lunchtime and stuff like that. I don't really need the RSI. I'd much rather have something else, but whatever. Whatever. Let's look at AMD. How you still feeling about AMD, Colin? How you feel about AMD? Shit. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Damn it. Come on, you son of a gun. let's see. So we have Tesla. We have 442 on the SPY. I know, sweetheart. You're gonna have to wait, baby. You're gonna have to wait. No, baby. No. I know. There's no room. There's no room. Okay, fine. No, I can't, love. I just can't. Come on. I know. I'm sorry. I just can't, baby. There's not enough room. I know. I'm so sorry. God, she just wants to sit up here with me, and there's no fucking room. I know. I'm so sorry, love. Come here. Let me wipe your nose. Let me wipe your nose. That's all. Yeah, you want to wipe your nose. That's it. I know you're tired. All right, guys. Let's get it. Let's get it, guys. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. Yeah, there's not much today. Again, we can keep our eyes on Netflix with the upgrade from Goldman Sachs. Doesn't make much sense, but whatever. Rivian, Coinbase, your crypto stocks. We'll keep an eye on all of them as we go. Good luck today, guys and girls. Good luck. All right, Coinbase already off the bell. Fuck, I did not cover this today. I hated that chart last night. I just didn't like this chart. It's not a chart that I like. I don't know. It's such an ugly chart. It's such an ugly chart. There's no real technical aspect to it. All right, so let's go. I want to watch AMD, I guess, and I'm gonna watch AMD and the SPY, guys. Good luck today. As soon as I, see something or get in something, I will surely call out what it is that I do or don't do. Good luck today, guys. Oh, so what did we say, guys? We said watch for the bounce. Watch for the bounce. Verbatim what I said. Watch for the bounce. Take a quick scalp off the open, right? Yes, that's what I said. No, it's what I said. Come on, man. Why? I can't do that. Can't do that. Alright, guys. Just be patient. Be patient. Patient, patient, patient. If you did take the long, 442.79, 442.80. 442.80. Okay. That's kind of where we're looking. So, never seen dots on the SPY until now, I don't think. Oh, my sweet baby girl. I know, Daddy's so sorry. She said, get away from me, Dad. You don't love me because you won't let me up on your desk. But she doesn't know there's no room. I'm trying to do a live stream here. Alright, guys. Again, I'm going to be patient. I got my plan, and I'm going to stick to it. What's the plan? I want to be short. I want to do the best that I can as far. 443 is where I want to be short. If it doesn't give it to me, it doesn't give it to me. Do I have a reason to be short? Not necessarily. Other than I think a pullback is needed. So here's a test of previous highs, guys. And
Coming up at 10 a.m.
Whoa.
Durables X Defense for May and Factory Orders for May.
I think I broke my mic also. I was listening last night and it sounded just awful. And yes, it's an awful mic to begin with, but it's a mic. It's better than nothing. There's AMD rejection. There's AMD rejecting off of that level. Shit. You want to watch what the Qs are doing if you're going to play tech. Qs are also rejecting. Alright, the Qs are rejecting as well. Shit. Man, I still could have got that son of a gun pretty early. I had it pulled up. It's alright. You know, it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. Sometimes you just don't... You know, sometimes you want to keep an eye on your deltas, your open interest, your volume, all that fun stuff. Shit. I hope I didn't miss that. Gosh, that was a perfect chance, guys. For the short. Well, I'd already be taking profit off right now. I'd already be taking profit off. Wow. Unreal. Fuck. Look at that tail, guys. God damn it! I'm so pissed I missed that. Look at the tail, and it's just going. It's just selling off, guys. Shit! There's no way I can get it right now. I'm not going to get myself... I'm not going to have it bounce back and get screwed on your options. How you get screwed. This is how you get screwed. And this is how you lose money and don't know what... You know, what's going on. That's a perfect AMD short right there, guys. I just had it. I just seen it, too. Oh, my God. Just give me another opportunity, my guy.
AVTX at below 30.
Do you guys notice? Hold on. Guys, be careful with AMD. Be careful. The bid and the ask is so messed up. It's not good. It's not good. At least for me. The bid and the ask are messed up. Hold on. What's going on here? Yeah, guys, I think the NASDAQ, something's going on wrong. Something's going on here. Be careful.
mRNA Moderna shares popping to the high 128.90, up about 5.5% for Moderna.
Dude, are you kidding me? On a day like today, you guys want to screw things up? There goes Moderna, guys. I don't think this is good news, guys, for Moderna. I think the COVID thing's long gone. Now, for China, maybe not, but I'm just not excited about the news too much. Again, what we say, we were long off the bell. So far, seems to be working. So far, seems to be working, guys. So you guys got to join us, hit the like, share, subscribe. We help you, you know, come up with reasonable probabilities for your trades. All right. Does anybody else have AMD bid ask on the options all screwed up? Yeah, that sucks, guys. AMD's bid and ask is so messed up. This has been happening far too often for the Nasdaq. This is it's been doing it too much too often, and I've seen it a couple times here and there, but it just happened last week. There we go. Now they fixed them. Now they're fixed. So watch the SPY, watch the Qs. Alright, IWM is working its way down. What's the Dow doing? Doesn't really matter. So it's up. What are Qs doing? Let's get this. Why? Whoa, look at the Qs, guys. Holy cow.
Making new high, $7.35, up about 4.5%. That's whiskey.
Are you kidding me? What is going on there? That's a move. That's a move if I've ever seen one. Watch out. That might send AMD higher, guys. It's going to be hard to short with the Qs. Look at the candle it's put in, guys. I don't know if that has anything to do with the options that were messed up on the options chains for these stocks, but it's definitely made a pretty big move. And the SPY and the other indices haven't really. So, there we go. There's our target. There's our target, guys. So now I'm looking for a rejection. I'm going to watch the Qs. There is the SPY at our... I mean, don't think it has to come down, guys. It does not have to come down. It can always fill the gap and then look for downside. Shit, man. It's already 10 cents more. I gotta give it a minute. I don't have to, but let's see. I'm watching AMD. Just be patient, gang. Be patient. Don't feel rushed. That is the game plan. That was the game plan. Was to get short up here. It's the first area of resistance, so just watch how it acts. If it breaks through it, then we're looking for the gap fill of Monday, which is 443.89, which I feel like it's going to break up through there and have its way. We're already up 10 cents on 30. 15 cents on 30 was 50%. So they're already up 30 freaking percent or so right now. I just want to wait and see if the SPY breaks this area. Gotta watch the Qs. Gotta watch them. Just gotta wait and watch. See the Qs or the SPY just feels like it wants to break. If tech's strong, energy's strong.
Indicate potential for improved clinical benefit in DRP breast cancer patients. That's Alpha Lima Lima Romeo.
Wow, there goes the Q's, guys.
Shares halted
There goes the Q's.
at $6.27.
Man, the Q's are just pumping.
on par.
What is it that is sending the Q's up like this? I don't get it. Look at Microsoft. This is insane. Is it Tesla? Is it Apple? What is it? SPY's still having trouble getting through that area. Videos 427. Yeah, she's putting in a pennant, that's for sure, guys. She's putting in a pennant, that's for sure. I'm just cautiously watching this thing because it's SPY's going down, the Q's are going up, the AMD isn't going up. I guess the trade would be to the downside, but I don't want to get caught in like a big rip up, which I don't think we'll get that. Okay. Got in. I'm in AMD. Got to get through that trade line. Alright, got to get through that trade line. We need the Qs to break down. I was hoping to get back the entry back up here. Look at it ripping off of that area there, guys. Again, we didn't get in this at first because of the bid ask was messed up, okay? Bid ask was messed up. It was just, yeah, I'm in puts too. I don't know about swinging. I'm already up 7-8% on mine, which I could be up there. Like, I wanted to get short. I tried to get short here and on this candle, but it looked like it just, you know, the bid was higher than the ask. There was a problem there. So we're going to need more volume, though. We're going to need more volume for this to do anything. Look, we're on lower volume. I don't want to just like take a piece off, but I think this could be a failed breakdown right here. If it breaks up, it's probably going to go up now. It should. It should go back up and test this pennant. I'm taking a piece off right there. Took a piece off. There we go. Start bringing that trade line down. I want to see. I'm going to give it a minute. Qs are still to the there comes some volume to the downside on the Qs. Now remember guys, at 10 o'clock we have some data. We have data. There was another piece on that extension. I got one more. I went in kind of small. There we go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Nice little 13, 15, 20, 15%. I don't even know what it was on that extension there. I'm going to start taking the... So what I am watching, though, here, guys, is this volume. This extension so far doesn't have much volume. This is why you got to look at the reversal. Now, what I want you guys to watch for, all right, this is what I'm watching for. Qs are starting to try to bounce back up. All right. You guys want to watch this retest right here. You want to see if it gets back up there and can reject VWAP. Maybe right here, wherever it's at. Now, if it breaks up and out, that was a failed breakdown. There it is. There's some volume. AMD's getting some volume now. Again, remember, 10 o'clock. We have some data coming out, so that could just throw the markets, especially if you get a surprise. I don't think it's going to, but... Remember, also, this is going to help you guys when you guys are in trades. Remember to look for, whatchamacallit, like momentum, like let it put its foot in the ground and pick a direction. And then once you get that trend, ride that trend, you can use the 9 EMA. All right. I'm trying to help you guys. It'll help me. You know, just to be as, robotic as we can and computerized as we can with no emotion. All right. It's a shame that I did not push the button because I noticed the bid ask was off. The bid was higher than the ask on this candle. When I seen that rejection, I'm like, whoa. And, look, there's a rejection. So far, there's our rejection, guys. That candle's got to close green. Or, I mean, got to close. It doesn't have to close red, but So look at 116.28. 29 area was the last. It didn't get there. It's 26, 32. Oh, it busted through it. 30. Might be kind of different than the SPY then. Is the SPY holding this level? Feels like it is. Feels like the SPY's holding, guys. It's a nice tail on AMD. Is this going to be a failed breakdown? I'm really curious. I'm really curious to see. Alright, I'm on the 1 hour. I just want to see real quick. Did you check your brokerage too, man, to make sure that your bid and ask wasn't all screwed up? I kind of have. If this holds on the SPY and the Qs, guys, this is a break and retest. There it goes. It's breaking. Not so fast. Not so fast. Yo, tell me that candle didn't just hit right on my circle, y'all. Tell me that shit didn't hit right on my circle.
Coming up, factory orders for May plus 0.8% expected. Also, durables X defense for May.
It's trying, guys. It's just not. We're not getting any follow through. Look, I feel like the SPY might go higher and fill this gap up here. There it goes. We're getting some movement. Here comes the data, guys. Get ready. Here comes the data. That's a big down. It said plus 0.3 versus expected plus 0.8.
Durables X defense 3% versus 3%. Previous Durables X transport 0.7% versus minus 0.3%.
We have FOMC minutes later. Save your bullets. Save your bullets. If you didn't take a piece off at this area, you should have. If you're not in, don't worry. Man, they went from 30 something to 50. 40 to 50. Oh, there was new BA news also. Let me write that down. Nice small green trade to start the week. Dude, is that supposed to be on here? I think. I don't know. Uh-oh, hopefully I didn't just...
LTRY, lottery.com, penny stock getting a pop here. I'm 38% now. Lima Tango Rodeo Yankee.
Oh, there we go. Oh, nice. Now my gel pen works. I was like, what the hell is going on with this thing? What the hell? There was like a rubber cap or something on it. And I don't know where it came from. Oh, but she ready now. She ready to be used now. Oh, yeah. Sweet. There's a bounce on AMD. It's still putting in these tails, but that's a bigger volume right there, guys. Let's see. What's the SPY doing? Is SPY going to fill that gap? We're going to wait for the Fed minutes. Remember, we have Fed minutes, so just stay relaxed, gang. Stay relaxed. Maybe I need to do the same. So here we go. Is this a failed breakdown? Does AMD go to test VWAP? That's what I'm looking for. There's other stocks out there besides AMD. If you don't want to watch AMD, you can watch Tesla. Again, there was news on Boeing's, the company. Look, that's a nice rally for Boeing. Man, I feel like I missed that one. I missed the boat there. And that's okay. I didn't write it down. It's hard to remember all these things in your head. 2 hours. There goes the SPY. It's trying. Look, see how the candles got quicker? And you guys want to use different charts too. Use 15-minute charts, use 3-minute. You guys want to use all the time frames that you can. SPY feels a little, feels heavy. Is it just me sensing that? I do not want to get any ink or anything on my watch. Shit. Let's see here. $50 retracement on AMD or Netflix. I would have had to need to go to the daily or weekly and Nvidia is pretty strong, guys. I'm gonna scan around and look and see what all I can find for us. If you guys have any trade ideas you want to go over, throw them in the chat. If you could, like, share, and subscribe. Thank you guys for being here. I know there's not many people on here. But we're going to get there one day. I just think that we have... I think I can help a lot of people. I do. Psychology, just sensing what a stock is doing versus what the index is doing. So, thanks again for being here. If you are, like, share, and subscribe. And again, we have Fed minutes later, so, which I don't think are going to be that too big of a deal, unless there's a surprise. I don't think there's going to be a surprise just yet, though. So guys, this is the scanner that you guys look at this. Wow. BDRX, guys. BDRX. 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 Wow. This thing, what? Wow. From 0.7 cents to $5. What the hell? Dude, that's 70,000 some percent, guys. I seen that number. That was really weird.
32.74, 2%. Oscar Sandy Tango Kilo. OSTK.
Overstock. Overstock. Overstock.com. I think Overstock put in the stuff for... Oh, there's a SPY breaking down, guys. Pay attention now. Pay attention. We didn't get there, man. That's crazy. Shit. OSTK, guys. Increase in volume. I think everybody wants to short AMD. I think everybody wants it short. Notice the tails on the 20-day moving average, and we're just sitting between VWAP. 20-day moving average is this green line. There's a bounce on the spike. Here comes the rejection on this. Nope. That's so weird. Wow, it just blasted through there again. And there she goes. These options aren't moving at all. Gotta find what's strong. That's so nuts. That's so nuts. So there's a lot of biotechs, guys. Oh look at AI's getting some action. CC, I think that's 4C. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if it's dying or what's going on. Might have to go back out. Might have to go back out to here. Yeah, it's at the 200. Alright, so there's a Tesla bounce, guys. It's a pretty clean setup. Volume's not too bad. I like it if it was a little bit heavier, but here goes the AI popping the high of days too, guys. What do you say? There goes the SPY also. There goes AI, C3 AI. Just keep an eye on this. Watch the daily. You want to have your levels already intact. Again, save your bullets. We have FOMC minutes. Man, she's going, guys. AI is going, guys. Watch AI. Watch AI. It's got some momentum. That wasn't a big major pullback. My guy on here saying on whatchamacallit, Trader TV, yo, I'm gonna tear this damn mic up. Gonna talk about this AMD pullback like it's something. It could get an extension. Wow, look at the SPY. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. This is our target, 443.60. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I want to see how we do here, guys. Obviously, if we break this, we probably go to the gap, but it looks like there's some resistance here. Looks like there's some resistance here. 443.61. 443.61, 443.62. Watch level 2 and what happens when we get there on the tape. Watch time of sale, see what orders start getting filled and how much to which side, to the buy side or the downside. And AMD is not breaking down. There's no momentum to it just yet. Try and find stocks that have momentum. AI, it's on its run. Alright, oddly enough, I was thinking about AI today. Not sure if I'm going to do anything with it. But just putting it out there. Maybe we just test yesterday's close, Monday's close, and then reverse, and then get Fed minutes, and we just stay in the same damn place at 443. That's also a real logical thing that could happen. AMD is hanging on, guys. AMD is hanging on. Watch. It looks like Google is trying to test the upside of its range. Could be 123 area. It's where it starts to slow down a bit. May have some short covering that are getting out of this name. I gotta do some push-ups or do something that I need to wake up a little bit. There goes Google again. Google's going to the upside on increase in volume, guys. Look at this volume. It's not bad at all. All right, team. See what happens here if we get a rejection or not. There's no reason to have a rejection, but there, kind of is. Just technical setup. A lot of tech stocks are strong though, so it's gonna be hard to pull back if tech is strong. If our large cap, mid cap tech stocks are strong. Never noticed Apple was putting in the same type of pattern as Amazon.
ALLR, more highs now. $11.66, up 3%. ALLR.
Look at Microsoft too, guys.
GLNG, Goal RNG getting a pop.
Look
here.
at it.
Positive comments out of Steeple.
Wow.
Golf, Lima, November Golf.
I don't know if
Shares popping here 2027.
that's crazy. Dude, the Qs are at all-time highs again. This is nuts. Take notice if AMD isn't making new highs. The Qs are making highs. Tech is making highs, guys. So if AMD can't do that, there's probably a problem. Look at it. God damn. Wow. So watch your tech. Keep tech on the radar. Alright, so there goes AMD. AMD broke the level of 115. Wasn't sure if it was going to do it or not. The market's still strong and AMD's weak. So there's clearly weakness in AMD. Clear as day. Qs are strong, tech is strong, AMD is weak. Take it for what it is. If you were able to hold on to that trade, great job. Those contracts are now almost up 100%. They're at 60. Depends on where you got in at. But now it's probably just going to start falling out of bed. I would not be surprised if it falls out of bed here. That is insane. That's so insane. It just, it's so weird that it just doesn't, like, the volume just isn't there for some reason on AMD. Like, you would think, alright, there goes the SPY. SPY's starting to break down now. I'm looking at my SPY puts that I was talking about this morning. I want to see if we can start eyeing this target up down here at 438, 440. First one's obviously 440 gap fill, 439.50. There's your 90 MA coming into play there, guys. 90 MA along with your resistance level, your prior support. All right. You have multiple indicators lining up in one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see here. We get the market to go down with it. I just don't understand why AMD isn't like really going. That's what I'm wondering. Oh shit. I think some people are coming to blacktop the driveway, so give me 1 minute and I will be right back. What a day, though. What a day. Nice green day. We still got some we might still have some volatility later this afternoon, folks. So just hang tight. There's a retest AMD. AMDD. Let's see. See if it breaks back above this level, guys. Not sure if it will, but I kind of like it to the downside. It just, I don't know. It just, there's something's with AMD today. The volume, you would think on a rejection like this, the volume would be there. The contracts I was looking at, like I say, I had a nice green day today. I just, the market's going up. AMD is also going down. But AMD is down 0.1%, obviously, with a gap up. There's just something fishy going on. There really is. There's no momentum. This is on everybody's list. All right? It's on everybody's list. So, it's in a strong, like the semiconductors are obviously strong right now. Kind of curious what AMD does here. Does it get the rejection? Well, I'm kind of curious what they would charge you for a nice green trade today. You know, wonder what. Uh, and it's kind of funny if you like, if you kind of think about how they charge for like, just doing this stuff. Um. So let's see. Let's go back to AMD. I don't want to keep my eye off it, but if it starts to regain here, not to say it's going to. Now, volume's starting to die out. So, what do we want to do? We kind of want to walk away, maybe do some push-ups, maybe go make a sandwich, maybe go do the dishes, maybe clean the cat litter. I don't know. Whatever you like to do. Maybe you like to smoke Newports. Maybe you like coffee. I don't know. Look at the volume dying, guys. It's time to walk away for a little bit. I'm actually surprised with the volume on the SPY. It's not too shabby. It's not too bad. I might actually dig in and see what exactly is moving today. That's something you can do. You can just wait for the setup, start measuring moves, getting ready, getting your targets, getting your targets made up. You're kidding me. Are you really? Look at that. Was a big sell. There was just a ton of selling there on light volume. Don't know how that makes sense, but it look 8,214 shares. 4,000. So 2,000. They're really selling this thing, guys. See, it's weird because there was a. It's not weird actually because there's still a fair amount of selling than there is buying. See if it picks up. I'm look 4,000 shares. I wonder who this is. I'm really curious. It's whatever. Wonder. Look, another 4,500. And you ain't got nearly any of that. Wait, 40. There's 4,000 to the buy side there. I just don't know how much they have sitting there, and it doesn't matter who it is, whatever, all that other junk. All that matters is that, you know, they are there. Look at the strength on Meta today. Wow, guys. Holy cow, I missed that one. Wow. How did I miss that one? It's up 3.5%. Unbelievable. Man, nobody called that one out. I thought I heard whatchamacallit talking about it, but I don't know if there was any news or anything. And I don't think my mic was on, but I was saying, man, Meta is a beast. That's beast mode. Yeah, exactly. I got it from you right now, actually. I was just saying that it's just... that if somebody got it, good for you guys. I didn't even watch it. I was watching... I looked at it a little bit this morning, but kind of just took it off the radar. So... Watch the SPY, guys. Look at the SPY getting ready to try to bust through. Watch, guys. We had a nice quick rejection there, man. Shit. Dude, TLT just sold off like crazy. TLT just took a dump. And yet here the market's going higher. Of course, it's been so weird that the market's been going higher with yields. Like, usually it's quite the opposite. I don't know. So I want to go look at the 2 years, see if there's something that was it? Remember I told you guys last week there was a big what time is it? It's 11:11. 11:11. 11:11. 11:11. Factory orders. 17-week bill. 11:30. So I don't see anything for 11:12 that would make us go crazy. All right. We give them some leeway. Why are you even giving them leeway? Why? Like, I'm all for helping people, but god damn, how much shit, like, what? This isn't the way you should be going about things. And you wonder why things are the way they are now. Just push a little bit closer to communism. Bank of America, more stocks to participate in market rally during the second half of the year. I know, man. That's why I say you have FOMC minutes and some data this afternoon, and people still wore out from the weekend. I know. It sucks, but sometimes it is what it is. We got a nice small green trade. Again, I think it might even be worse because everybody's going to get excited. Everybody's going to get excited for 2 o'clock. FOMC minutes are released. We get to see what the Fed kind of get an insight on their mindset of their last meeting. We already know what that is. I don't know, man. I think that there's not going to be much volatility today, even this week. We're getting into summer months. We could get into that lull moment where July and usually June and July, maybe first half of August, it's really like slow. It's just sideways. Sell calls, sell puts type of price action, but we'll see. We're still stuck between going to the upside. People want to fight it and want to go to the downside, so that could be delayed. That type of summertime. It's what happens in the summer. It's just what happens in the market. For whatever reason, you just don't get that much movement. Yeah, this is just flat across the board. But there are stocks. If you look, man, look at AI. You gotta look at your scanners and stuff. AI was nice. Meta was a beast this morning. I wouldn't call it a beast, but compared to everything else, look at that. I don't even know if there was any news. Yeah, watch Citigroup. The banks are starting to turn around and get a rally. I don't know if this is just a lunchtime breakout or not. They are about to close the gap from Monday. Keep an eye on banks. I was just watching KRE, and it looks like the SPY wants to. It's struggling up there. It's struggling. I've been trying to get my. The puts actually did go up. I was looking at the 440 puts. I just don't know what's going to get us there. I mean, obviously the Fed minutes could, but I doubt it. Man, I'm not sure how to get this. Not sure how to get this thing going at all. I'll just have to figure it out. But if anybody has any questions, throw them in the chat. It's kind of just reading over a couple things. I wanna again, don't worry, guys. The day is not over at all whatsoever. We have again, we can't forget about Bitcoin. It's been going. It's just been moving. It's been in the talks. We called it out a few weeks ago. Oh no, give me the flippin' daily. From 10 cents to, or yeah, I'm sorry, from 0.1% to almost 1%, just like that, man. Wow. Talk about timing. Let's see what these are at. I'm kind of curious myself. Wow. Yeah, they're over 100. They're at 75 cents. I was in the 113 puts on AMD. Wasn't sure what was going to happen. Just it was moving real slow, and I just wasn't too sure. I also had a mindset of this could be it could flip on us, because I'm also a tad bit not that I'm bullish, but I just think that it could pull back to retest to continue to the upside. But wow, we'll just say from 40 cents to 76 cents. I just didn't think it was going to have the momentum that it had today, man. That's crazy. Sometimes you just got to trust your instinct, and it is what it is, you know. I just wasn't too keen on it. This is the target. 113 is the target, yo. Second target's going to be 112.50. And it's as simple as that. And what is that? Like I said, resistance level 1, 2, and 3. We broke one. We're going for the second one. Has anything changed? Not necessarily. It's still in the downtrend. So man, I was thinking it's like lunchtime or something. Wow, that's probably why. It's not even 12 o'clock yet. Oh my gosh. That's probably where I went wrong. I was probably messed up on time. I think I might put my computer or hang my screen or something up on the wall so I can get more space out of this desk. Top gainers. Okay. Alright. Oh, XPEV. XPEV is on the high. This is so weird. It's not weird, but it's like, this is how stupid you can get. You could see this and be like, man, on this pullback, if we get it, I just want to. Oh, it's $60. I thought it was a lot cheaper. I'm sorry. So, if I were you guys, I would take the time to either ask questions. Start going over charts now, guys. You guys got to go start going over charts. Like, figure out what it is. Come up with a game plan for the afternoon. I cannot believe I thought it was like almost lunchtime. Wow. Nothing has changed with AMD. Guys gotta ask yourselves that kind of stuff in the middle of the trades. Has anything changed? Nope. And wasn't it funny how we hit that damn circle to the money and we took the short? I'm just so surprised it did it today. It just felt like, to me, that I didn't expect. I was kind of thrown off on time, because this whole time it's only 10:30, 10:45, and this, I don't know why I was thinking that, like right here, it's only 10:30. What? I don't know why I was thinking that it was 11 o'clock, 11:30, almost lunch. It's 11:40 now. So that's my own fault. Because I don't like to go into lunchtime and, not, just trading sideways, especially playing options. It's not what you want to do. It's not in your interest. Unless you get a breakout. And you can buy the stock outright, short it, whatever. I don't know. There's a lot of things you can do. But I want to be already in a trade and just holding it. I want to have my entry good. This entry would have been awesome this morning. Oh, let me write that down too. I gotta start just taking notes on like Microsoft Word or something. I don't know if anybody, and I don't know if any of you guys noticed, but the Nasdaq was screwed up again this morning. I don't know what's been going on over there. I really don't. I have no idea what's been going on over at the Nasdaq, but maybe they have some kind of construction or something going on. Or it would have been the CBOE. I think I might be getting a Red Bull in a little bit. The thing is I'm nervous. If I drink a Red Bull and sit here and I don't do some type of push-ups or do something, I'll end up falling asleep. You know what I mean? It's real easy for me as a person sitting in a chair to just fall asleep. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. But it might be coming. Can you hear me? Yep. We should be good. Yeah, I'm getting kind of hungry. Look at AMD. This is a sign of a reversal. Kinda. This is a sign of a reversal, though. Oh, it's on a 1 minute, that's why.
Welcome back. Despite a rocky start to the summer travel season marked by weather disruptions and FAA challenges, 4th of July weekend did break some travel records, with Friday being the busiest air travel day in history, with the TSA screening more than 2.88 million passengers. Airline stocks remaining resilient as well, with the Jets ETF outperforming the S&P by a wide margin this year. Can the demand hold up through the rest of the summer? Joining us this morning, Breeze Airways CEO David Neeleman, also the founder and former CEO of JetBlue. David, great to see you again. I just got to ask you about the spiciness of the back and forth between the likes of the Transportation Secretary and United. Where is this all going?
It's a difficult situation because we as airlines want to take care of our customers. We want to be able to get into their destinations. We know everybody has holiday plans and they have family reunions, and you have weather, and then going into the summer, the airlines in the New York area cut their service in anticipation of this. But I think what Scott Kirby was saying in his letter to his employees is, the FAA's done a better job in the past of handling this. Weather happens in the summertime, but I think he expressed a lot of frustration because we know that the staffing levels are below where they should be, and that's why the levels were cut to begin with. And thankfully we don't fly to those congested New York airports, but it's a I feel for everybody because it's not, you don't want your travel plans disrupted, and it's really, the airlines are doing their best, but when you have your arrival rate cut by 50%, there's just nothing you can do about it but cancel flights.
David, when you were the CEO of JetBlue, did you ever take a private jet when the weather roiled other people's travel plans? I mean, speaking of Scott Kirby, he's getting quite a bit of blowback from about taking a private plane, which he paid for himself, when other people were stuck all over.
Well, Scott's a really great guy. He's a good friend of mine, and I'm sure he had maybe a family emergency or something he had to get out for. So I don't want to comment on that. I just know that he cares a lot about his people, and he cares a lot about his passengers and making sure they get to where they want to be.
I guess the bottom line is, whether it's FAA personnel or pilots or flight attendants or getting new deliveries, none of that seems to be in the offing right now in terms of the ability to raise.
Oh, I forgot about that noise. Yeah, we can't do that. We can't do that. What are some names we could look at? Like, oh my gosh. ENPH. 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 It's so hard to fill the seats. Want a coliseum in this bitch. And it's just me, and I'm okay with it. It's all good. It's whatever. I'm gonna be doing this shit anyway. With or without you, I'm gonna be doing this. And then you're gonna see some years from now, you'll be like, damn, that trigger be doing the damn thing. It's time, work, energy. We had a good trade this morning on AMD short side. There was a bigger move to be had, but it's okay. We were green. We made money. Did you make money today? Answer that question. Did you make money today? If anybody's listening and wants to type in the chat or anything. Even though I know you're not there. Let's see though. No, I'm just kidding though. I kind of brought up energy last night. I don't know if it's time for it yet. Everybody's just Everybody, whoa, this is trying to break out. I got. Oh my gosh.
But it's harder. The FAA's. It's not just in the air traffic control. It's the personnel that do the certification and do the line checks for pilots. All those things are tight at the FAA. They're doing the best they can, but they just need to be. There needs to be better long-term planning to make sure that there are enough personnel to be able to handle it. Air travel is such an important part of this economy and quality of life for people. The FAA needs to be accountable for that.
We definitely have learned in the last few years just how important it is, crucial to the entire global economy, especially our own. David, I appreciate the guidance. Interesting picture right now in the industry. David Nealman, thanks.
Thank you so much for the time.
When we come back, Nathan's hot dog eating contest champ Joey Chestnut is here in the building at the NYSC. Don't go away.
If I keep pushing that button, guys, I'm gonna flip.
What was that company we saw earlier? ALLR. Alera. OPEC
He's a nut, man. He's such a nut.
Does it get harder and harder every year? I mean, you consumed, as I understand it, 14 fewer hot dogs than your all-time record.
Wow.
Fine okra. Wow. That's a meal right there, bro. Fine okra.
S&P
Very fun to
500
say.
at
Yeah, Boeing,
44,
Apple guys up
85,
7%.
75,
AMC.
down 0.15%.
Look at there, the Lira,
Up
ALLR.
3%.
So again, that was the one, the breast cancer one in the
Down
morning.
3.5% at 30,575.
TXN, Skyworks plus SHW pullback.
Okay, so this is the question I have. You're a professional eater, right? So does it matter if you
Oil's
don't
going up
like the
again.
food that you're competing in? Would you enter a
Azerbaijan
contest if you think you can consume a lot but you don't enjoy
just
consuming?
joined OPEC. We sold off from 44.53. We have not broken above the level once today. Again, he did that on Monday for like 30 minutes. And we're still like a solid 30 or 20 points probably from the next level too. On the low. Closer to the high than the low. Bank of England dovish talk may have worsened UK inflation, economists say.
What's your workout routine? What do people want to know from you the most when they find out what you do?
Arquite, let's see if the REITs are still going. It's weird though, because some of the REITs are having a great day today, but then again, most names are red. REITs are green, but then the bonds aren't even playing along. Tesla is selling now 277. They're at the low. Bill is yielding around like 4.85%. Or it should be around 5 and 5 and a quarter. That is the current interest rate.
Yeah, that's how you expand your stomach.
Back. Azerbaijan. I'm sorry, this word keeps getting me. Thank you, my friend. TMC metals, damn, they're up 26. Even MP. So again, that's related. Remember the China news on the metals was part of this today.
Shockingly heavy.
Joey, enjoy your time here. Thanks, James.
GNL 15% divvy. So I'll tell you
Yeah. Slow day. We got FOMC minutes here at 2 o'clock. Brad, what are you doing? Brad at Citadel. What are you doing? Yeah, I'm just hanging out. Oh, look, it's Joey Chestnuts. Let me lean up on the counter and kind of hang out a little bit. Nah, nobody's really doing anything. Yo, look at the SPY. Look at me. I'm over here goofing off, and look at the SPY. What the flip? All right, so now it's 12 o'clock. We start to revert back to the mean. They already know this. Look, he done walked away. Yeah, we're at open, bro. He said we're at 441. Y'all still at 443. Y'all look at the signal.
some names in the REIT space that are down, but they're not yielding 14%.
Where is he?
Yourself, why would a REIT right
I'm
now,
telling you.
especially like
They done said it.
you don't want long-term
They said it, forget it.
paying out 12, 15%?
Telling you guys, the market's at probably open right around here where we opened right now, and all of us are just late. It's not really how it works, but definitely kind of works like that. Shit. I wonder what my 420 or my 440 puts are at now.
because it seems to me until China is able to really reopen with strength and contribute to global economic growth, that commodity story is going to be under pressure, whether it's agriculture, oil, or
Under pressure.
Looking at just basically that picture right now, Jenny, I'm talking to you now. We're seeing volatility up just a bit. We also talked about this rally broadening out a bit, but again, on the first full trading day of the year, it's the small caps that are getting hit.
Yeah. Well, it's the whole 6 months ahead, right? We've got 6 months under our belt, 6 months ahead. And one of the things that you and I were talking about before the show started, Frank, was the unbelievable divergence and bifurcation in returns. Right. So I think, a day or two here doesn't make a market, but it's pretty wild thinking about what happened in the first quarter, how the NASDAQ was up 31%, S&P was up 17%, the Russell Equal Weighted Index was only up 5%. So when Joe said there's a high likelihood for a correction on equities, I think that correction could be as bifurcated and as divergent as the rally was in the first half. So looking at this and thinking about small caps, it's just stunning. I mean, here's another thing that
in the upcoming quarter.
In the upcoming quarter or second half. I mean, it could be the whole second half.
Statistically, it's more likely that you're going to get the correction in calendar quarter 3. Actually, calendar quarter 4 is historically a very strong quarter.
You're right, because everyone's gone in the summer and volumes dry up, and but on the small cap thing, it's so shocking to me. So I'm looking at current valuations versus 20-year averages. Small cap value is trading at 90% of their 20-year average PE. Large cap growth is trading at 144%. So I don't really worry about small cap today. I just look at that and think, holy smokes, it's undervalued.
I want to jump off something Jenny just mentioned, the S&P equal weight. Savita Subramanian of B of A coming out with a note saying in part, we expect the breadth to continue to broaden out as seen in June, and she expects the equal weighted index to outperform the cap weighted index in the second half, very early in the second half. Obviously today we're not seeing that just yet. But do you believe we're going to see the market continue to broaden out, Steve?
We could. It's natural because you've had, those narrow set of stocks that have done so well. So then you've got to see some catch up from the others. I think what's interesting today is that it's, when you talk about small caps have had a great run lately. So it's not unusual for them to give up some ground, particularly this being a holiday shortened week. Actually, some say a holiday week. So liquidity is just not there, and they generally are less liquid. So I think that explains that. Like Jenny, you can't draw a trend from one day. I think, though, more are looking for a correction, and now that they've got such a great first half, that if you play the right stocks, that's equal to a couple of years' performance. And it's very unusual, as you know, for stocks to have that kind of performance when you've seen rates move up as they have. So I think people are getting more nervous about the market. To Joe's point, look for that correction this quarter. But you're lapping some pretty aggressive inflation numbers, so you should see inflation indicators start to moderate, particularly rents, labor. I don't know if you will. I mean, take a look at UPS today, and the strength of the unions and of the labor force, they're still able to command pretty good wages. So overall, yeah, it should broaden because that's just natural, way things go when you see markets move up. But I'm like Joe. I'm a little cautious on the correction.
So Weiss, you're saying it makes sense for it to broaden. Jim, I want to toss this over to you. Another note from B of A saying that they saw the biggest weekly inflows since October, and it really was focused on communication services, record weekly inflow. One of the names in that index, Meta, hitting a 52-week high today. So even when we see a quote-unquote broadening out, it's still mega cap tech, that AI trade pushing things higher.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts here. First off, it is a short week. This seems like a light trading day right now. It feels a little bit like Monday. Frankly, the equal weight was underperforming this morning, and now it's kind of caught right back up. I think this is a market that is still on the edge of, are we going to have a recession or not? I'm of the opinion, by the way, I've been consistent on this, that at this point, it doesn't matter whether we have a recession. The market's looking forward to 2024. But in honor of my nemesis to the right here, who is so fixated on a recession, I think I'll play this game and just say, okay, look, if you have the recession, the market's not going to broaden. The top-down macroeconomists are going to be right. By the way, they've been taking their S&P 500 estimates consistently down, their earnings estimates consistently down all year. On the other hand, stock-specific people like me, like Jenny, we really focus in on what stocks are doing, what companies are saying. We see estimates going up. We see guidance going up. We see enthusiasm from managements. And that disconnect between the top down and the bottom up guys has to be resolved. Good news. It's going to be resolved soon. There's a bunch of things coming up in the next week, week and a half. You got the labor report, you got CPI next week. That's a big one. That's a big one as far as what the Fed will do. But even more important, earnings coming up. Jenny, I know you love this. You want to live there. Earnings start next week. You get Delta, you get the banks. And we're going to get a resolution as to who's right. The top-down guys, the bears, like my good buddy here, or the guys who are looking at the stocks, the guys and gals who are looking at the stocks and see pretty good things.
You know, that's sort of a mischaracterization.
Which
Right?
part?
Of you being his nemesis
A lot
or
of it.
something else?
No, that part's true,
Okay,
actually.
wanna make sure.
But I'm bottoms up. You know, you ask me about markets, I'll give you my view on markets, but I'm looking at individual stocks. I'm not basing my portfolio, should I be overweight this or underweight that? You've either got fundamentals that command that I put you in the portfolio or you don't. And that's what I look at. I'm not fixated on a recession. Do I think there's a likelihood, a high likelihood? Absolutely, I think there's likelihood. In terms of earnings, I don't know where Jim's getting his numbers from, but according to FactSet, on a 5-year and 10-year basis, the downward earnings revisions are less than they've been in that period of time on the average.
On the top down, let's just get the facts straight. By the way, he had his
By the way, Steve
recommended.
Weiss going to FactSet.
No, he got his recommended daily allowance of Krabby Cakes this morning, apparently. Look, FactSet, which is what the source
It's like Mr. Rogers show when he comes on.
Hang on, hotshot. FactSet, the top-down estimates for the S&P 500 itself, earnings, have been doing nothing but going down. However, where I live, where Jenny lives, individual stocks, I don't care if it's General Motors, JP Morgan, Cleveland Cliffs, these estimates are going up.
Wait, don't you care, though, what stocks are seeing earnings revisions to the upside versus the ones to the
I
downside?
just named some. What do you mean, don't I care?
But
What
I'm
sort of
just saying,
question is that?
It doesn't, I mean, if it's just broadly every stock seeing an earnings revision to the upside, obviously that's one thing. But there's certain stocks, especially with these valuations, and Joe and Jenny, I'm going to bring you into this duo that these guys have going on right here. When we look at the valuation expansion right now, we're seeing a company like Apple today, 30 times forward. January 1st, it was 20 times forward. You see Microsoft, 32 times forward. January 1st, 23 times forward. So with these high valuations, doesn't it matter what stocks are seeing their earnings revisions?
100%.
All right, so I think the big question, let's go back. Jimmy said something that's very interesting. He talked about the potential for the economic recession. Okay, sometimes, and Josh Brown has done a good job talking about this on the network, sometimes the stock market is not the economy. Europe is in a statistical recession right now. They are in a confirmed economic recession. Yet if you look at the returns from Italy, Germany, Spain, and France, they all rival NASDAQ-type returns. So now you turn back to your question on, are the valuations of a lot of these mega-cap companies too rich? And the answer to that is, the recession that's more important is the recession that we're in right now in the U.S., and that's the earnings recession. So you've had 2 consecutive quarters of earnings contraction. You're on the verge of now having a 3rd consecutive quarter of earnings contraction. What happens next? The street expects that you get the V-shaped recovery. And if you get that V-shaped recovery, if consensus expectations are correct, that in Q4 you have double-digit earnings growth, then I'm not as concerned about the valuation on a lot of these mega-cap companies. If it's a more prolonged earnings recession, if it's U-shaped in its nature, then you're right, like Jenny is right now, to have a valuation concern.
So I think it's interesting when you ask the question, like which earnings going up, does it matter? Does it matter if it's broadening out? It's so interesting because what we saw over the weekend from the banks, right, was all these banks, Bank of New York, Citi, Citizens, Capital One, Goldman, JP Morgan, they all raised their dividends. What does that mean? That means that their earnings are doing well too, might be revised up. And so that completely supports Savita's thesis that we're going to have a broadening out. It also supports portfolios like mine and Jim's that weren't reliant on having 30% of the portfolio in 7 stocks to just like chase the market. So it's an interesting thing. So it totally matters, and it's going to be a really big deal that dictates the next quarter and the second half. One other thing that I think is really interesting, I had a client in the office on Monday, and really sophisticated person, not a professional investor. And he said to me, but it's obvious, isn't it, that the market's already incorporated the chance of a recession and already has incorporated the chance of 2 hikes. And I think I've been saying for a long time that I think the market's already incorporated recession. You know, like I was joking a year ago, if my mom's asking me about recession, it's got to be pretty priced in. So I think that kind of goes back to this debate, which is it doesn't matter too much if we have a recession or not. It's the depth, it's the length, but mostly I think it's already in this market.
So one thing that may not be priced in is just the continued disruption of AI. I want to point to Dan Ives from Wedbush, great note out from him today, saying that he believes that when it comes to AWS, there's another $35 to $40 of AI spend for every 100 that was spent in recent years. That's 35 to 40% upside in the growth driver for some of these mega cap tech businesses. If that's reality, which it very well could be, doesn't that just change the narrative on what the valuations of these companies are?
No.
No, Jenny, why?
Okay, because a couple weeks ago, Goldman put a big piece out that sounded like a big deal superficially, and it was something like over the next 10 years, AI is going to increase GDP by like 30%. But you annualize that out, right? And it's 2 and change percent, 30% over 10 years, annualized isn't that much. And then you spread that out all over the place. And you spread it out to companies like Microsoft and Amazon and even Gilman Hill is probably going to ultimately be a beneficiary from AI. And you spread it out so broadly that I think what's happened right now is it's jacked the valuations on the super obvious plays like Nvidia, and then all the money has come out of the non-obvious AI beneficiaries. But I think AI benefits society much more broadly than what the stock market's implied so far.
Jen, really quick, Jen, I think that might be a contrary opinion. I think most people think the mega cap tech companies are going to see the biggest benefit. This rising tide doesn't lift all boats equally.
But what is it
and
really?
Jim,
But what does it increase Apple's earnings growth by? Like 1 or 2% over the next 10 years on average? Does that make sense then that the valuation's gone from 20 times to 30 times?
Let's use the numbers. Let's look at Microsoft, all right? Looking at FactSet again, all right? Long term, this is the analysts, cumulatively together, they project that for the next several years, it will grow earnings at 12.5%. Trading at 30 times. Now, I'm certainly not saying go out there short Microsoft. I own Microsoft. I own it at about 4% well below the market weight. Why well below the market weight? Because I think it has borrowed forward a lot of the gains from coming years into this year. You've got a PEG ratio, which is what probably the most important metric I use, of about 2.5 times on Microsoft. That means it's a little bit above fair value. It doesn't mean go sell the stock. It doesn't mean short the stock. But in terms of loading up the boat right now, I don't think that's where you're going to get the best gains going forward. I want to go back to Joe. Something you talked about at the start of the show is a correction. How about if the correction looks more like a rolling rally? Okay, we've talked about a rolling recession for the last year and a half. And you know where I'm going with this, Joe, right? What if sectors like the large cap tech simply sort of hang out for the next 6 to 12 months while the rest of the market, those cyclicals, which I'm overweight, industrials, materials, energies, financials, do well on the back of hard asset investment that is continuing to go on in this country? That's what I'm playing for, by the way.
So Weiss, you're conspicuously quiet over there. I mean, are you just soaking this all in?
It's tough to get a word in. So look, here's what I'd say. Yes, it will, AI will undoubtedly help drive, more growth in AWS. Let's keep in mind growth is in the high teens right now. So it's not based upon AI. I don't think where Amazon is. It's based upon a resumption of growth in just their cloud
for
business.
Azure, Google Cloud, and AWS.
It'll take a long time, but yes, it'll be another growth element as you add the tools. Keep in mind the tools aren't perfected. I still believe Microsoft is going to be the biggest beneficiary. I struggle to see how big a beneficiary Apple's going to be of AI, right? Because they're not really providing you the software. They've got the hardware.
Right.
And we know those upgrade cycles have lengthened. So that's what you're playing for with Amazon, with Microsoft, because yes, it is overvalued, but no, I'm not selling them.
The distinctive advantage that Apple, Alphabet, and Microsoft have is the free cash flow generation. So the research and development that will be needed for the innovation to advance these companies have it. Apple's sitting on 97 billion, Alphabet's sitting on 60 plus billion, and Microsoft is a little less at around 57 billion. And that's the distinctive advantage that very few companies are blessed with, that type of capital that can fund that innovation and take it ultimately to where it needs to go. Jim and Jenny are correct. In the near term, it seems as though some of the semis are where you'll see the strongest contribution to revenue. You've witnessed that with Nvidia. And as an investor, if you have a concern where the valuation is, okay, you make the valuation trade. You trade away from an AMD and you buy a Broadcom, which has a much more realistic valuation and will still be part of the AI story.
If you go back a few years and you take the conversation and the stocks that just blew up because of autonomous driving, right? Autonomous driving is here, and you created a bubble. To some extent, you have that in AI as well. And you have, I think, a little closer realization period with AI than you do with autonomous driving because you need so many things to fall into place. Some will continue to do well, like in NVIDIA, because they're the only game in town.
Right.
They won't always be the other game in town. So just a little caution in the AI bubble from that standpoint.
All right, so speaking of mega cap tech, let's take it in a different direction. We're going to get to our call of the day. Netflix getting an upgrade at Goldman Sachs, the firm ditching its sell rating on the stock. The analysts have been on the sidelines for just about a year, and in that time, shares have soared, as you can see, 137%. Goldman also upping its price target on Netflix to $400, which actually represents just about a 10% downside from here. Joe, you own this name.
So this is a name that was purchased at the end of April for the ETF. Personally, I'm trying to buy the name. I think they have a distinctive advantage as it relates to content over Disney. It doesn't mean I think you sell Disney stock here because Disney stock is cheap. I just think Netflix has been able to increase the content that they're distributing. The content is something that viewers want right now. And then from the perspective of momentum, you can't argue with the fact the stock is breaking out right now. It clearly is. It looks like the upside target is the November highs at $700. So this was a stock that was down at 162 in May of 2022. It has made a remarkable recovery. What do you see as an investor? Do you see that low from May of 2022 at 162, or do you see the high November of $700? Momentum will tell you you see the high at $700.
All right, so Jenny, you own Disney. Obviously, their Disney Plus service that rival to Netflix.
Right, but I just want to get back to one thing that I think is really important for our viewers to consider. When you peg your high and you say, oh, it could get back to 700, that's like saying, oh, things in the dot-com boom could have gotten back to the crazy prices that they were at. Netflix was the king daddy of pandemic beneficiary, right? In every way. Everyone was home. Everyone was thinking about it. $4 trillion had been dumped in people's pockets. They didn't have anything to do. So to me, that $700 per share is ridiculous, right? And it was a moment in time. It was a chase. It was a game. So like, I really think people do themselves a disservice.
I think it's a great point. Plus you had the free money era. You don't have it now. I think Netflix can have a great quarter now. The strike, the writer's strike, the production strike, I mean, that's panacea for them, right? Because they don't have to pay for those current productions. So it's on hold. So that's why you're seeing the upgrades, I believe, because they should theoretically blow out the quarter, and until the strike settled, their costs can come way down. There's another thing about Netflix that Disney, can you imagine sitting in a Disney corporate meeting with all your divisional presidents there saying, I need more capital, I need more capital, and fighting with Disney Plus for capital allocation because they're saying, I'm tired of supporting this business. Netflix doesn't have it because they've got one model. They've had no problem financing that model. So that gives them the advantage. That's their channel. They are the best at it. Whether you want to pay this price for it or not, who knows? I mean, I'd love to own it. I don't.
It's not a ridiculous valuation.
No, I agree.
So,
I agree.
You can't compare it to, the dot-com era
not so
valuations.
But Jim, I know you disagree.
It's not that much more expensive.
But
than,
Jim, you own Disney and Paramount.
Yeah.
But you think Netflix is overpriced?
I do think it's overpriced. I'm listening to you, Joe. You say something. Of course I listen to it and I respect it. I mean, I see it, Netflix, this is at 32 times free cash flow for next year. And I think to myself, that's a lot. That's a lot. I also happen to think that this is one of those stocks that I've taken to calling a bro stock, where people are like, bro, just own Netflix. You don't have to think about it. And that works. By the way, Joe, you're 100% right about the momentum, right? It works until it doesn't. And that's where Jenny and I are become right. I can't tell you when that happens. I can't tell you it's today or a week from now or a month from now. I can tell you at 32 times next year's free cash flow, up 150% in a year, there's no way I'm buying this.
But they're throwing off more free cash flow than Disney, aren't they?
What's the price differential matters here. And again, you're paying. We're not going to argue about the momentum. We're going to argue about the valuation.
Right, but I just asked a simple
32
question.
times.
Who's throwing off more free cash flow?
I don't remember what it is.
And who's executed better?
I really.
It's $3 billion versus $1 billion.
Well, you're really talking about a diversified company versus a one-note company.
You're also
Right, but
comparing apples to oranges, but I want to make this really simple. I think that the gains for Netflix have been brought forward from the coming years into the last year. And you may get some more juice out of this orange, Joe, and I hope you do. You may get some more juice just because of the momentum, but that's not something I'm going to trade on.
Yeah, something to watch. I think Weiss's point about the writer's strike is interesting because Netflix also really relies on new content like a Bridgerton. They need those episodes to come back. You have the writer's strike. What entices people to renew their subscription or keep the paid tier? Something that's been a big boost for the stock. All right, speaking of Steve Weiss, let's switch gears a bit. We have a committee move that we need to get to. Steve, you just sold Humana. Give us a sense of why you decided to make that move in the healthcare space.
Yeah, so I went into UNH, and that I still own. I haven't shaved that at all. Actually, I've added to it on some dips. It's a perennial compounder going through a rough time now. And Humana was also pretty beaten up. So I went into that as a trade. It didn't work out. I've lost money on the trade. And I figure I have enough exposure to Medicare. I would also think that this quarter, like they talked about last quarter, and recently when they spoke at conferences, that you're going to see an increase in procedures, which is going to hurt the MLR, medical loss ratio. So I've got enough exposure with UNH. It's a decent sized position. And I just got tired of watching Humana go down when it was a trade. So tried to use some discipline, got out, instead of loss. Just, I'll benefit as UNH recovers.
Yeah, healthcare in general, as you mentioned, under pressure since that UNH report about seniors getting surgeries. All right, coming up next here on Halftime, a pop for Meta, shares hitting a new 52-week high. Ahead of its Threads launch, we got a lot of ownership here on the desk. More Halftime, back in 2 minutes.
By Bose today.
All right, welcome back to Halftime. Shares of Meta hitting a fresh 52-week high as the company prepares to roll out a new competitor to Twitter. Let's bring in our Julia Borston with those details. Julia.
Well, that's right, Frank. Meta is preparing to launch this new Twitter alternative. It's called Threads, and it's an offshoot of Meta's Instagram app. Now, this new app, which is set for release tomorrow, is already in the App Store with a countdown clock until its launch. It's calling itself a text-based conversation app, and Threads appears to look a lot like Twitter, and it will leverage Instagram's popularity, enabling users to quickly follow the same profiles they follow on Instagram and to use their pre-existing Instagram handles. Now, the question for Meta investors, who seem pretty bullish based on the 3% gains today, is whether this new app can use Instagram's reach to 2 billion plus users to quickly scale a new app to draw users as well as ad dollars from Twitter and others. Now, if this works, this could create a new growth driver for the tech giant at a time when it's working to cut costs and it's focusing on profitability. Now, for Twitter, Meta's Threads launch comes when it is particularly vulnerable. This past weekend, Elon Musk set limits to tweets on top of concerns about content moderation, as well as demand for Twitter's new subscription, Twitter Blue. Now, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, they are longtime rivals, but it was news of this Twitter alternative that sparked the conflict that resulted in Musk challenging Zuckerberg to a physical cage match. Frank?
What a way to end that story. Julia, great to see you as always. Jenny, Joe Weiss, all of you guys on Meta, we're going to cage match this one out. Who wants to go first?
I'll go. Because I know where you're coming from, Edit. So I think it's interesting. So I think the question is, right, is Threads a threat to Twitter?
Right.
Probably, yeah. Is it beneficial to Meta? I think is the bigger question. And on that, you've got Meta with 126 billion of revenues. At its peak, Twitter only had 5 billion of revenues. So while this could be very threatening to Twitter, it's never going to be, at least I don't think it's ever going to be dramatically meaningful to Meta. Even if it got to 5 billion or 10 billion, it's still just a tiny portion of overall revenue. So it's kind of like marginally good, but not that exciting. It's more of an interesting story than an interesting part of the investment thesis. On Meta separately, we owned this a year ago when it was at 80-ish, and well, I guess that was November. But anyway, so we've trimmed it a couple times. Here we are at 294. We've trimmed it as recently as April. We'll probably trim some again.
So anybody concerned about this so-called year of efficiency for Meta? You're launching a new product. It's not going to make money right away. You're still trying to monetize WhatsApp. So remember, I thought this was supposed to be all about Meta being more focused, and now you're launching new products to compete with what you say is a pretty small business.
Well, I don't think it's a bad idea, though. To me, at least, it goes hand in hand with what they do and works off of their existing base. So to me, that's like, I don't have a problem with that being inefficient. It's not like some crazy off-the-wall idea. It seems reasonable.
I agree. That's excellent analysis. As long as they're not speaking about the metaverse, I'm okay with it. I think clearly there's an audience that can be captured away from Twitter for the reasons that I think all of us collectively understand why. I agree with you. It's not going to be a significant contributor to revenue for Meta, but it does expand potentially the ecosystem, the users of the platform, which is a good thing.
And maybe it makes a better platform.
If I were Twitter lenders, I'd be worried because Meta now has the ability to package it, so they can discount, versus Twitter, whatever the rates are. Twitter's having its own issues. The big question for Meta at this point, they've got enough issues with some toxic Instagram content, with how it impacts young people. Is this going to be a toxic issue for them having a Twitter competitor?
Can't be any worse than Twitter.
No, but the point is, that's not my point. The point is, if it's as bad as Twitter, it won't be good for Meta because it'll taint Meta further.
Hour and a half. Hour and a half, guys. Well, AMD did the thing. AMD did the thing. Circus. Maybe whatever it is you're looking at. Nobody's talking about this. I wonder why nobody's talking about this. You guys notice, like, Twitter, if you don't have an account, at least for me, you can't view it. They said you gotta sign up. We need your information, bruh. We need your information, or you can't be a part of this thing that we got going on over here. So it is what it is. It is what it is. I guess I miss out. It's a shame because there's only a few people that I would look at. Let me see if I can kind of like do the old oh shit.
Adosia grants Sanofi an exclusive right to negotiate a partnership of M1 Pram for $10 million euros and obtains commitment from investors to provide 10 million euros in financing.
Ahead of the service and could actually be heard shouting, quote, "Not my king," while Charles and his wife Camilla entered the cathedral, polls suggesting the
Stop being. Humans are so stupid, man. I mean, that Cape mother trucker is goofy, but. Not my king! You're not my king! Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Not my king! Oh shit. Alright. Looks like AMD might send it. Might try and send it down again, man. Man, this is just wild that it's not this humongous move, but I don't know, I just can't. Excuse me, sorry, I know I have the hiccups. No, don't extend left. Remove drawing. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 But wait, hold up. Hey, yeah, that's like damn near right to the T too, guys. Right to the T. 1769. I want to see if we can get down here. I want to see if AMD can get down there. Alright, right here. And this looks like the SPY too. If you guys think about it, it looks like the NQ and the SPY. Looks like the SPY is actually getting ready to possibly break that level now that we speak. Now as we speak. There was an increase in volume there. Maybe not. Maybe it's because of not my king. Not my king. I'm sorry, I still can't get over that. It's hilarious. Fucking grown ass man talking about not my king. What? I'm just kidding. I know out there it's different than here. It's just funny. Old Bob Pisani.
ETFs for the second half. What is going to work? You know, despite a very strong first half performance for the broad equity market, ETF equity flows have been subpar this year. Really disappointing. The big money's going into treasury ETFs and money market funds. Even technology ETFs, big gains, outflows, amazing. So what's the playbook for the second half? Let's talk with Todd Sohn, who's ETF and technical strategist at Strategic. Todd, all the money in the first half, as I said, gone into treasuries, money market funds. The technology.
I think this dude here on the right hand side, this is the second time. Second time he's had him on here. There's like a 2-year ETF or something. It may not be him, but
S&P 500 futures moving lower sharply.
But how does this continue? How long will investors cling to 5% money market funds when the NASDAQ 100 was up 39% in the first half? The S&P was up 16%. The largest bond fund out there, the AGG, was only up 2.5%. That's the total return.
Treasury 60 billion in inflows, cash like bonds 13 billion inflows, energy 12 billion outflows value 14 billion outflow.
works if you think the market will broaden out to include sectors other than technology, for example?
I would look at ticker RSP. That's the equate S&P 500. You're putting Apple on the same level as some of the industrial stocks there. If you're looking for a catch-up, then go with that. I think the industrial sector itself, ticker RSPN, is another great one. And then if you wanted to get a little more thematic, take a look at stocks for inflation, FCPI, just in case the inflation story rears its head around again.
How about the Renaissance Capital IPO? There's a good play. That's up more than 30%. That twice the S&P 500. That's an interesting play if you believe that the market's going to continue to rise.
Yeah, we like the IPO fund as a risk barometer. So if this risk-on environment is going to continue, IPOs are a great way to play too.
What about all these people who think the sell-off in commercial real estate is going to be a little bit overdone, or has been overdone? There's a number of ETFs.
So I think it's interesting. If commercial real estate was about to fall apart, would Double Line really be coming out with a commercial real estate fund? They a brand new fund that came out a few months ago. I think it's a great tell on the sector. And if you're trying to play a space that's perhaps skepticism bound, it's a way to look at it.
It's commercial mortgage-backed securities, essentially.
That's correct.
Yeah. All right, we're going to have a lot more on ETFs and where they're going in the second half. That's coming up on ETF Edge. That's 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time.
Come on, 441. You know you want it, man. You know you want to test this 441. You're just sitting up here not doing a damn thing. Our Bob Pisani. Nah, my guy's been on since 5 o'clock this morning. He's been in the studio, I guess, since probably 4. You know, he's been up since 3 o'clock this morning because when I was up, he was on at 5 when I was watching CNBC. So I think I'm going to, when I start doing the streams, guys, I think I'm going to actually, I'm going to go ahead and kind of like do something with the studio. I'm going to switch it through the studio so there's like really no lag effect. At least from what I'm watching, it looks like there's a little bit of a lag. There's still so much work to be done. What the fuck? Yeah, if we start getting people on here, I'd like to do some lessons and things of that nature. You know. You guys need anything? I'm here.
All right, welcome back to halftime. Let's go to our chart of the day. Shares of UPS, they're lower. Talks between the company and the Teamsters Union breaking down. The union, which represents more than 300,000 UPS workers, says the UPS, quote, walked away from efforts to iron out a new contract. UPS denying those claims, alleging it's the union actually stalling negotiations. The current UPS Teamsters contract expires on July 31st. Joe, I'm going to come over to you. You own UPS and the Joe T ETF.
Yeah, we've owned it for quite some time. In fact, since inception, there's only been one.
Wow. July 31st, guys. I thought it was August. Maybe that's FedEx. Maybe that's FedEx.
FedEx is having a strong year. I'll give them that. 2023 today. Yep, FedEx is up 44% year to date. UPS is up 7%.
40% year to date, man. Wow. Are you guys up 40%? Y'all, is your account up 40%? If not, y'all need to stop buying options. Start buying stocks. The stock itself. Something.
If the International Brotherhood of Teamsters choose to go on strike, that there will be an impact to the U.S. economy and to obviously UPS and FedEx's second derivative.
So you're saying it's not just smoke, there's potential fire there? I mean, we are 3-4 weeks away from the deadline. Keep in mind, the UPS is the biggest single employer for the Teamsters. So to go on strike or to walk away, it's a very big commitment.
Yeah, I think in the private sector, it's the largest union. This would be a very big deal if, in fact, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters is unable to come to a resolution in the negotiations.
So Wes, we often come over to you when we're talking transports. I know you often talk about GXO. One other thing I want to point out today is Knight-Swift, the nation's largest trucker, issued a profit warning today. Those shares down about 2% at last check. So we are seeing some broader weakness in the transports and also some disruption. It's not only UPS, it's the West Coast ports, it's the Canadian West Coast ports as well.
Yeah, you're also, but as Joe points out, seeing declining volume. Look, this is just normal course of business if you own UPS or any of them.
And it was also inventory.
Renegotiation, it's an issue, it causes volatility. But over a long-term basis, they tend to be, I'd say, somewhat reasonable in the increase to the compensation they're looking for, and then it's just business as usual. They may raise prices, although tough to do in a market where, deliveries are declining. So this is part of the indication of the market that's going towards recession, in my view. Just another, data point.
What do you think about the trucking warning from Knight-Swift? You also own Old Dominion, another one of the big trucking companies here in the U.S.
Volumes are down. I mean, what they're telling you is that volumes are down. What's interesting is that fuel prices, a lot of them have a surcharge for fuel, but some don't, and it's not across the entire customer base.
Watch the SPY, guys.
Being down, they're still giving you a warning. So again, it's a data point towards a weakening economy.
Wes, something a lot of people don't talk about, that fuel surcharge, that can be a big tailwind for a lot of transport companies, including one that you own, Jim, Union Pacific. Last fiscal year, I believe it was a double-digit revenue boost from that fuel surcharge. Just for the audience, they basically buy the fuel wholesale, but they charge their customers closer to retail, so they're able to make a little bit of money on it. But let's just focus on transports for a minute. What's your feeling about what you own, Union Pacific, and just the broader transports?
Yeah, Union Pacific.
Look at Microsoft, dude. What a god dang beast.
All the hard asset construction that requires things like steel, concrete, all these things that get transported by rail. In the near term, and
That's so insane. Just from inception, straight up. Are you kidding me, bro? First stage up, build the base, weakness and the mix of strength. Boom! That's crazy, guys. Unbelievable. Give it up to Microsoft, man. That's so crazy.
Just real quick, this is the complicated debate that the Federal Reserve has, and I know, Jimmy, you've been on air talking about that you hope the Federal Reserve doesn't go too far in raising rates, but does the Federal Reserve look at the strong commercial air traffic, or does the Federal Reserve see what's going on with companies like UPS, with the trucking industry and the Federal Reserve and the FedEx, and realize it's time to not just skip, but to actually pause for an extended period of time?
Yeah, we'll have to see those Fed minutes coming up after 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Going to give us a lot of insight. Markets may be kind of stalling ahead.
So I wonder if Microsoft has started to recover, guys. Kind of curious to know what its plans are going to be.
Bloomberg that Kuwait isn't requesting OPEC plus quota increase.
According to their minister, Kuwait oil output capacity will be 3.2 million barrels a day by the end of 2024, according to the minister.
How did I get Boeing on there? But yeah, Boeing is definitely strong. I think we were looking at it here. Weird. That's a huge candle, guys, for Boeing. It is a 4-hour chart, but it's a pretty big camera, or pretty big candle.
Well, looking at these sort of half-hearted dips we keep getting in the morning, Frank. Last 5 days in a row, there has been an attempt at a pullback early. Mostly it gets bought, at least on the headline level. Today, a lot weaker under the surface than the S&P is showing, with small caps down almost 1%, the equal weight down 0.5%. But in general, the market is kind of still working off this overheated condition by just sort of churning sideways, staying still. Certainly investors noticing where Treasury yields are going. You have the 2-year Treasury above 4.9. So it seems as if we're going to have to fill in some of the blanks here on just how hot the labor market is. A lot of data over the next 2 days to see if those rate moves are going to be breakouts for real. So watching that alongside these extremes we came into the second half with, right? Large over small, stocks over bonds, growth over value, high beta, kind of volatile stocks over defensive ones. All that stuff kind of came in sort of stretched. So the trend is your friend, but it seems as if there's room in there for some give back along the way.
All right, so trends are our friend. One thing that's breaking the trend right now is the VIX. The VIX up more than 3% after a very muted first half of the year. What do you make of that? Of course, it is a holiday.
Yeah, we're coming off of 4 days in which we only had half a day of trading, so that depressed the VIX. That just happens mechanically as you get these market closure days. But we do have a monthly jobs report on Friday, so it'll rebuild a little bit from there probably. And any weakness in some of the very largest stocks in the index, or any let up in this rotational activity we have among sectors that's keeping the overall index in this kind of block tight, sturdy formation, is probably going to lead to some upside, maybe drift in the VIX, but I don't see anything too alarming about it over 14 here.
Yeah, jobs report Friday. Fed minutes in just about an hour. Yep. Mike Santoli, thank you very much as always. All right, stick with halftime. We got Grade My Trade. That's coming up next.
Grade my trade. Grade my trade. Grade my trade. Oh my gosh, it's going down again. Sheesh. block the heater or the airflow jump. I don't want to do that. Yeah, so
All right, welcome back to halftime. Time now for Grade My Trade. First up for Jenny. Jerry bought Iron Mountain at 26 bucks and wants to know what to do with it now. Please grade this trade.
Okay, so I think Iron Mountain, and I've owned this for years and years and years, but it's a little bit in no man's land right now. So you're up 16% this year. You're down to a 4.2% yield. It's a real estate investment trust, so that's not tax advantaged. When you look at the earnings coming up, you've got like decent earnings growth in the next few years, 11%, 16%, but it's also trading at a multiple of about 17 times forward earnings. So for me, I don't have anything that I'd rather own than it right now, so I'm holding it. But it's funny that this came up right now because just this morning I was thinking, oh, that could be a source of cash in the future.
All right, next question for Joe. Frank, not me, but Frank writes, as an advisor, I put my clients into the Magnificent 7, the SPY, and the XLK. What changes should I make for the second half of the year?
Well, that's going significantly overweight the NASDAQ and those Magnificent Seven. Look, let me go back to what I said at the beginning of the show. The upcoming quarter has the highest probability to be the weakest quarter of the 4 quarters for 2023. The trigger for the potential weakness would be the continued rise in yields. So in that environment, if you are individually allocated towards the Magnificent Seven, as we call them, I don't understand the justification for going beyond that and also being long the S&P and the XLK.
Yeah, just for clarity, Magnificent 7, NVIDIA, Microsoft, AI plays. Last question for Jim. John wants advice on CVS. He bought it at $87 and it's going down.
Hey, John, I know this has been a tough one, but I think that this is an incomplete assignment right now. You and I both have a lot more time on this one. At 8 times forward earnings, 3.5% dividend yield, buying back shares and having made transformative acquisitions just this year, I think there is a blue sky ahead for CVS. I want you to stick with it, and both you and I will get a good grade on this when we come out the other side.
All right, so Jenny, you wanted to add on just a bit?
Only one thing. Jerry, I meant to say you get an A+. You went from 26 to 50. A+.
It is Grade My Trade.
I know, I forgot to grade it.
Been parenting, been out the A's. All right, final trades are coming up next on halftime. Stay with us.
Watch the SPY here, gang. Might get a scalp. We're coming in. It's 1 o'clock. SPYs went up, filled the gap, came back. It's, you know, it's just kind of, we're just kind of sitting here. I think these notes are gonna give us direction. Or it may not, because it may not even give us direction, because the market might already, you know, we already know what we're going to get for these minutes. Sorry, I was getting a little tired there, and I want you guys to remember that. But unless you get a surprise, like if they add 2 more screens, or if they add more rate hikes, and they or they say they need to see more data, then you know it's that, you know, it's just more of the same unless it isn't more of the same. Are they gonna raise? Are they gonna raise their target Fed funds rate higher for year end, or lower, or the same?
One last look at the markets right now as we get ready to toss things over to the exchange. Down across the board, the Russell still the hardest hit, down 1%, but all the other 3 indices fractionally lower. The Dow down about 1/3%. All right, that does it for halftime right now. The exchange with Eamon Javers starts right now.
All right, I'm gonna go get a Red Bull.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is wheels up for Beijing. This as the Biden administration is reportedly readying new technology curbs on China. We'll look at what's at stake for American companies, the markets, and the economy.
Crazy, but then we're positioned nicely. Worst case that happens, any money on the back end of this year, that everything rips, you don't invest in, you're gonna get 2.5%, the half of the year return. But then it's like that value still stays in your account.
ADER 26 Capital responds to purported termination of merger agreement by Tiger Resorts Asia.
That's what I'm saying. It's kind of a win-win, depending on how you want to approach it. Like I've been telling people, what do you value the most? Do you value the gains or the preservation? And understanding that can really help you
The company believes the termination notice is baseless. Says that Tiger Resorts and its affiliates engaged in repeated contractual breaches to avoid closing. Is the secretary went to litigation going to trial on July 10th.
That's an incorrect statement.
Alpha Delta Echo Romeo ADER.
Sadly, they just lose money over the last couple of years. The Dow Industrial is off 1/3 of 1%, 34,297 the last trade there, and the Nasdaq Composite down about 0.1%, 13,796. On the macro front, there's still a lot of push and pull in the oil markets right now, but generally speaking, we got the news on Monday about the supply cuts from Russia and Saudi Arabia, part of that OPEC Plus agreement. WTI crude right now is about 3% higher, $71.82. Some traders are watching this white line very closely, the 50-day average price on a moving basis, which currently sits just around $71.65. The last time that we were markedly above that 50-day moving average was back in the bulk of April. So if there is a sustained move above this white line, could that be more bullish for U.S.-based crude prices? That's something some traders are watching right now. And then technology and communication services very much a focus. This after the Wall Street Journal reporting that the Biden administration may be looking at cloud computing restrictions for certain Chinese customers, according to sources familiar. That has some of the Amazon, Microsoft, and Alphabets of the world moving on some headlines, although they were lower earlier on and now are just about fractionally higher in the session so far. Amazon up about 0.1%, Microsoft 0.25% of the upside, and Alphabet up nearly 2%. Keep an eye on their cloud computing service for the small chains.
Oh shit.
The potential curve on China's cloud computing access is just one of the many sources of tension between the U.S. and China, and it's adding to the complexity now of Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen's trip to Beijing tomorrow. It's her first trip to China since taking office. Eunice Yoon is live in Beijing with what to expect there and the likelihood that Yellen can ease tensions between the world's 2 largest economies. And speaking of the economy, here at home, we'll get another big read on it with the jobs report coming out on Friday. Before that, though, investors hoping to get a read on the Fed's next move with the June minutes out at 2 p.m. today. That's less than an hour. Steve Leisman live at the Federal Reserve with what we know there, and former Fed Governor Randy Kroszner with what it all means for the Fed's fight against inflation. But we begin with Eunice live in Beijing. Hey, Eunice.
Hey, Eamon. Well,
Secretary Yellen lands in Beijing on Thursday. In over 4 days, she'll be meeting with Chinese officials, including her counterpart, as well as members of the U.S. business community. There's no expectation at this time, though, for her to meet with President Xi Jinping. Now, Secretary Yellen's visit comes only weeks after Secretary of State Antony Blinken was here. This is all part of a greater effort by the Biden administration to restore constructive and functional dialogue between the two sides. The two sides have seen very little communication over the course of the past year, kicked off especially after then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, angering Beijing. Now, the indications so far are that the Chinese are welcoming Secretary Yellen here and focusing the talks. And the idea of focusing the talks on the economy, data today really highlighted some of the problems that we're seeing. The services numbers for June showed that there was the worst kind of a slowdown since January for services from this private survey, which really highlights the problems that they're having, even though COVID curbs have been lifted. Now, Secretary Yellen is also likely to be speaking about some of these not COVID curbs, sorry, but the export controls, because on Monday, the Chinese imposed export controls on two types of metals. They are gallium as well as germanium. And these two metals are used in electric vehicles as well as other electronics. So this is likely to be very, very disconcerting for both sides, and especially as China is still trying to convince Secretary Yellen as well as the U.S. that they really shouldn't be de-risking, in other words, weaning themselves off of China, since what they're doing with these export controls really seem to play right into the hands of many in the U.S. as well as other countries who are worried about being too reliant on the Chinese economy.
Eunice, you mentioned that visit that we saw from Secretary of State Antony Blinken a couple weeks back. It's really a full-court diplomatic press by the Biden administration. But do we think that this Yellen visit is going to be able to de-escalate these tensions? We saw one visit, now we're seeing the second. What do you think the result's going to be?
Well, I think it really depends on what you mean by de-escalation, because the fact that they're talking is of itself a way of easing tensions, but it just doesn't seem as there are any people who really think.
I don't know, man. It's so weird. I'm just so tired, man. It's crazy. I had a little bit of sleep, but maybe I gotta do some push-ups or something. I hate that I get like this. Steve Leisman, I didn't know he still worked for CNBC. Where the hell he been?
starting to creep back up late this year into
For every
early
100 of
next year.
cloud
Maybe
or
Amy,
spent
June
with
is the month
Microsoft
that the
over the
job
last few
market
weeks,
finally weakens,
Wedbush
as
estimates there's
economists
an
expect.
incremental
But the
30
Fed's
to 40
forecast for 2
dollars
more
of
hikes
AI spend
suggests
that
they
is
don't
now on
necessarily
the
believe.
table looking
Damon?
ahead of that.
Feels a little ghoulish to maybe be rooting for the job market to soften, but I get what you mean in terms of what the Fed is doing. Steve, stay right there for more on the Fed's next move. Let's bring in Randy Krosner, former Federal Reserve Governor and economics professor at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Randy, you heard Steve's preview there. What are you going to be looking for in less than an hour when we see these minutes?
I think those are really the key issues because I think, as I think I've said on this program before, the Fed's not going to quit until the labor market quits. And so my guess is you're going to have a lot of discussion about, well, why have these lags been so long? Why aren't we seeing the job market turn down yet? What is the potential for high wage demands to then keep core prices, the core indices on prices up? Because it's core price indices are the ones that are much better predictors of where inflation is going. There's a lot of movement in energy prices or food prices. Those seem to be coming down. But if you look at the core numbers after stripping out the food and energy prices, those haven't been coming down. That has been kind of flattening out. And I think that's really going to be a key motivator for the Fed to say, yes, we need to keep going ahead. And I think the markets are right. They're going to go ahead at this next one, unless there's something cataclysmic with the job numbers on Friday.
But Randy, there's sort of a cognitive dissonance going on here, isn't there, with the Fed? Because you've got this dual mandate, right? They are responsible for making sure that employment is high and inflation is low. And in this case, you're looking for lower jobs numbers in order to put the brakes a little bit on increasing interest rates going forward and solving the inflation battle. How can the Fed get both of the things that it wants when they seem to be at odds with each other?
That's always the tough question to get that balance right. Well, right now the unemployment rate is below where they think the long run average is. They have the long run average in the low fours, and the unemployment rate is in the threes. So they could have the unemployment rate move up, and that's still consistent with their broad mandate to maximize employment growth. But it's consistent with low and stable inflation. And man, inflation has not been low and it's not been stable. So they're really missing so much on one of the two goals that they need to make that the priority. And that's what Jay Powell's been talking about for the last year. And that's why they've driven interest rates up at near record pace.
Steve, you want to jump in here too, right?
Yeah, I think it's well to remember the paper we talked about a couple weeks ago from former Fed Chair Ben Bernanke and IMF Chief Economist Olivier Blanchard. They had said that the labor was not a big part of the reason for inflation to this point, but they said that could be yet to come. So I wanted to respond to what Randy was saying, which is very important, that we really haven't experienced wage push inflation, but it's the fear of it that I think is as other factors in inflation recede, it may be that we're left with some form of wage push inflation. And it's hard to divorce this conversation from some of the tension going on in the union with unions and with employers right now. The unions, Eamon, to my mind, act like they have a tight labor market behind them and that the employers have to negotiate here. So that's, I think, another sign of how tight the labor market is. And I would layer on top of that some of the high-frequency data that I've been looking at, which also seems to show that we still could be headed for a strong jobs report on Friday.
Yeah, Randy, react to that. I mean, you're a former Fed governor. You've been in rooms where these kind of things are discussed. Is the fear of high wages still out there, or is that sort of a psychological thing that doesn't really exist in the real world?
Oh, no, well, I mean, the wage demands come from people's expectations, and those are their beliefs about where things are and where things are going. I mean, part of it is the real wages, that is the inflation-adjusted wages.
I can feel like
over the last year or so,
like in my legs, like I'm tired. I can feel like the blood flow, like kind of just sitting by my feet and not. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it.
So what may be happening is that people say, well, I didn't quite get enough last year, and sure, inflation's coming down, but I got to make up for what I didn't get last year. And so even if inflation does,
If you guys
4 to 5% range that we're
give a big shout out to In the Money, man. I hope them boys are doing all right. We did a video on it a while ago, and they just, they were fine and healthy when I was watching them. They just, the disease that I guess that they have just hit them, and it hit them at the same time. It's so fudged. It's so messed up, both of them.
So I don't want to skip ahead of that too much, but we do have the jobs report coming
Searching data on July 4th is my favorite thing to do other than watch the
I was doing the same thing.
Economists have been so wrong over the last 13 months. They have been negative by an average of 111,000 jobs per month. And I went back 2 years, and economists have under forecast the job market by 2.6 million. So you can take their 240,000 and on average add 100,000 to it. Maybe they get it right this time. Maybe they get it wrong. But the point is that they have underestimated the jobs market for a long time now. We'll see if it finally catches up with them. But I would just like to also correct the record, Eamon. I am personally rooting for more jobs and higher wages, completely offset by surging productivity, and that would be a non-inflationary development. I think Randy would join me in rooting for that.
That would be great.
Surging productivity, including on the 4th of July weekend. Thank you both, Randy Krosner and Steve Leisman. Appreciate your time and experience. And as we're entering the second half of the year, my next guest is very bullish on the market. In fact, he just raised his year-end price target on the S&P to 4,825. That's the highest on the street. Here with what makes him so optimistic is Tom Lee, co-founder, managing partner, and head of research at Fundstrat Global Advisors. He's also a CNBC contributor. Tom, you've got the most aggressive forecast out there on the S&P. I want to just ask you this before we get to the merits of the forecast. Do you ever feel like you're out on the limb a little bit when you make those forecasts and you're the most aggressive on the street?
Yeah, all the time. I mean, it's easier for most people to stick to the middle of the fairway. That's why most forecasts are literally around consensus. But I think this year is an example where the common perception was wrong on many things. You know, the idea of a recession starting and one where earnings would miss. There were a lot of people who said earnings would be like 180 this year, and they're tracking 220. And I think many expected the Fed to come out swinging every time the market rallied. But this year, as you know, the Fed's sort of taken a slightly different approach to easing financial conditions.
There's this talk of a soft landing, which we've all been discussing for so many months now. Is that sort of missing the point in the sense that what we're really looking for is just a warming economy rather than a landing economy?
Yes.
Or am I mixing my metaphors too much?
No, I don't think it's mixing. I think that coming into this year, people had very extreme views because the curve inverted and the Fed did such rapid hikes, and CEOs were cautious and the PMIs collapsed. So there was an expectation that we'd be entering a recession by now. I mean, it was...
Right, it should have happened 2 months ago.
Yes, and I do think it's fair to say there should be an expiration date on that view because we now know that inverted curve could really reflect the fact that the neutral rate is still unknown and inflation's falling, so the curve should be inverted. And in terms of earnings, companies did a lot of cutting last year, so they're actually now beating and estimates are going up. That's kind of the opposite of a recession.
So you think the Fed is going to see what it looks for, what it's looking for in the jobs number this week, and how's that going to guide them through the rest of the year?
Well, I mean, the Fed's got a tough job, and I'd say as long as the headline CPI year over year has been over 4, they've had to talk tough. I think the June CPI is going to be the first time they can point to real progress, because if it's 3% or 3.1, I think the market will finally give them credit that they've actually accomplished quite a lot. And from a number of hikes, I mean, even if there's 2 left in the year, and I saw Steve's thing about November's like iffy, I mean, that's 50 basis points this year compared to 500 basis points of hikes last year. I mean, it's a much less active pace.
So if viewers are sitting here right now watching you and they're buying this bullish vision that you're selling, how do they trade that? What stocks are you looking at to sort of benefit in the back half of the year?
Well, I think investors need to stick with FANG and tech because those are real, true fundamental surprise stories, and easing financial conditions means they can still do well. But I think cyclicals make a lot of sense because if
Which ones?
Well, it'd be things like industrials or airlines, comm equipment. I think consumer discretionary is showing some signs of life. So I think it's what you would traditionally do if you think the business cycle's bottoming.
Right. So if you're looking at airlines, for example, I mean, I flew today, I flew earlier in the week. I mean, airlines are packed, but at some point they've got to turn all that into serious profits, right?
Yeah. I mean, airlines, they're doing well, and they've actually done a really good job of kind of managing capacity. And, fuel has not been a headwind for them. There may be customer service issues, in headlines and weather, but in general, it's fundamentally been proving to be a better business than in the past.
So you like FANG, you like airlines in particular. What do you stay away from?
The most common trade to avoid probably is being defensive. Defense. I hear a lot of people say they want to overweight defensive stocks like healthcare, staples, utilities. They've been awful this year. You've realized negative returns owning these things, and it's because they were expensive to start the year, and they're not necessarily benefiting you if there's disinflation. I'd rather bet on the groups that were really hit hard by high inflation, and easing inflation helps them.
Tom Lee, Smart Analysis, thank you for being here. Good to see you in person.
Yep, good to see you.
Appreciate your time. Coming up, Mark Zuckerberg throwing down the gauntlet with the launch of Threads. We'll look ahead to the Twitter rival's highly anticipated debut tomorrow as Meta shares hit a new 52-week high. But first, a new ruling restricting White House officials from contacting social media companies. We'll look at the implications for misinformation and the fallout for the firms involved. The Exchange is back right after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Fabletics.com.
And welcome back to The Exchange. A federal judge putting limits on the Biden administration's contact with social media companies after ruling efforts to combat false or misleading information is a form of censorship. The order comes after the attorneys general of Louisiana, Missouri sued the federal government in 2022 for going too far in its effort to fight COVID-19 disinformation. Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, and Alphabet, the parent company of YouTube, higher in today's session so far. So joining me now with more on the ruling is NBC News and MSNBC legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, first of all, good to see you in person. Thanks for coming over. I'm looking at this ruling, and I want to understand the logic behind it. Can you explain that?
Yeah, in addition to the plaintiff states, there were also plaintiff individuals who alleged that the federal government, including the White House, including the CDC, the Surgeon General, engaged in a suppression campaign by contacting social media companies like Facebook and Twitter and essentially coercing them into taking down the plaintiff's speech, which included things about COVID-19, vaccines, election integrity, generally, according to the opinion, conservative-leaning speech. Now, immediately the thing that jumps out is the fact that if anyone, you might say that if anyone had their free speech curtailed, it was the social media companies and not the plaintiffs directly. But the court says essentially because the government engaged in this kind of coercion, that it is potentially a First Amendment violation.
Is the argument here that because the government is so powerful, the White House itself so powerful, that even contacting these social media companies to discuss these kinds of things, even if they don't issue any kind of an order or anything phrased as an order, just that contact could be sort of bullying on First Amendment grounds?
Yes to that contact, but in addition, the opinion notes that the government contacted these companies, just like you or I might, to ask them to take something down. But when you and I do it, they might crumple it up and throw it away. When the White House calls, people listen, not just social media companies, but everybody answers that call. So they took meetings with them. They had email exchanges. But beyond that, when the White House and other government agencies didn't get what they wanted, according to the opinion, they made some not so subtle threats. Like, we're going to have to look at this really closely. We're going to have to look at your immunity under Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. Maybe we'll have an antitrust meeting. This is something we really need to take a look at. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but what the court concluded is that making those statements went a step too far. We can expect the White House will contact these companies, but to then say, when we're not getting what we want, therefore we might bring the might of the U.S. government against you, that goes too far.
So we see some of these social media companies rallying on the news in the wake of that decision, but I'm wondering what's likely to happen on the legal front next. I would imagine the Biden administration is going to be sure to appeal this.
They will definitely appeal because these are issues of law that an appeals court might take a fresh look at, particularly the First Amendment issues. Those are always something that would be interesting to an appellate court, which in this case would be a circuit court. But we might see this make its way all the way up to the Supreme Court because of the First Amendment issues involved. And in particular, if I were to target one thing, it would be the idea that simply because the White House makes contact with a company, are they coercing that company to suppress speech? Especially when, for example, what if Facebook and Twitter might have done it on their own?
Very short prediction here. If it goes to the Supreme Court, it's a 6-3 conservative court. How does that court handle this decision? You think that the decision stands?
I am a betting man, and I will bet that this Supreme Court will rule consistently, if it gets to the Supreme Court, with this district court's, I think it was 150-page opinion. So whether you agree with it or not, it's reasoned, plenty well-reasoned.
So this could stand. Danny Savalas, thank you so much. Really appreciate your insight here. Meantime, Meta shares hitting a new 52-week high ahead of tomorrow's launch of the company's Twitter rival. Julia Borson is here and has the details. Hey, Julia.
That's right. Meta is up about 3%, more than 3%, on optimism that it can use Instagram's reach to 2 billion plus users to quickly scale a new app to draw new users.
I hate being tired all the time.
A new growth driver for the tech giant at a time while it's been working to cut costs. So Meta's preparing to launch this new app tomorrow called Threads. It describes it as a text-based conversation app, and it appears to look a lot like Twitter. It is designed to leverage Instagram's popularity, enabling users to quickly follow the same profiles they follow on Instagram and to use their same Instagram handles. Now, for Twitter, Meta's Threads launch comes at a time when Twitter is particularly vulnerable. Of course, just this past weekend, Elon Musk set limits to tweets. This comes on top of concerns about the platform's content moderation and also questions about whether or not there's sufficient demand for its new subscription service, Twitter Blue. Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are longtime rivals, but news of Meta's Twitter alternative heated things up and sparked the challenge of a physical fight. Eamon?
Julia, there have been so many attempts in social media to replicate this. You've got, Mastodon, you've got all these different other entities out there. And it seems to me like, maybe nobody is going to capture the lightning in the bottle that Twitter had, because the secret sauce to Twitter is that everybody's there. So everybody wants to be there to, spout off their little opinions about everything and show their ham sandwich and all the little things that people do on Twitter, and the big ones as well. And if there's nobody home in these new Twitter alternatives, there's no reason to be there. And so it's really hard to get them started, isn't it?
It's hard to get them started, but that's why Meta has such a huge advantage. Over 2 billion people. That's 2 billion is the most recent number Meta has shared about usage on Instagram. So if they can get a small percentage of that 2 billion number to immediately start using this new app and to start posting because they've made it so easy for anyone on Instagram to onboard onto this new platform, then they have an advantage. It's very different to go from zero, 0 to 60, as they say, and it's much easier if you have 2 billion users to get a percentage of them, perhaps the percentage that is also on Twitter, to switch over. Of course, there are also all these other questions about whether Twitter's existing users want to pay for some of these sort of more premium services, if they want to subscribe to Twitter Blue. And this is perhaps an alternative for them. If you're frustrated with Twitter, you could switch over and try this new thing. So it'll be interesting to see how much they can really onboard that Instagram user base. And I would be very curious to know if there are any statistics showing how many of Twitter's users are also on Instagram, because that Venn diagram, that intersection, will show you which people are probably going to be using this platform first.
So maybe this is the one that can succeed where all the others have failed, or at least failed so far?
Yeah. They certainly have a better shot at anyone starting from scratch.
And there's a very handy article on CNBC.com explaining how to sign up for this new thread service. It's surprisingly easy. Even I can do it. I just did it. Julia, thank you. And coming up, we'll dig into that report of the White House restricting cloud computing access to China, the fallout for some of the biggest companies here at home. The Exchange coming right back after this.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to The Exchange. I'm Tyler Matheson with your CNBC News update. The U.S. Navy says it stopped Iran from seizing 2 oil tankers in international waters today. Military officials say they believe the Iranians planned to board the ships and seize the oil, which was headed to the U.S. In the second case, the Navy says Iran fired small arms rounds at the tanker, but no one was hurt. The tankers were off the coast of Oman. President Biden to host Sweden's prime minister at the White House today, a show of solidarity as the U.S. presses for the country's entry into NATO. Both Sweden and its neighbor Finland applied for NATO membership after they ended their long-standing policy of military non-alignment when Russia invaded Ukraine. And the suspended Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton is not planning to testify at his impeachment trial. His lawyer said in a statement the Republican AG would not dignify, quote, the illegal House action by going under oath. He went on to call the articles of impeachment meritless. The GOP-controlled Texas House impeached Paxton, a Republican, on charges of breaking the law, abusing his office, accepting bribes, and obstructing justice. Eamon, that's a lot of counts. Back to you.
That is a lot of counts. Thanks, Tyler. And still ahead, A new report highlights the historic underinvestment in historically black colleges and universities. But could last week's Supreme Court decision to effectively end affirmative action turn the tide? That's coming up next. And welcome back to the exchange. The racial wage gap in America is finally starting to shrink, but the difference is still enormous. According to the Economic Policy Institute, black workers still make 21% less than white workers. This comes as the Supreme Court strikes down affirmative action, saying college and universities can no longer make race a key factor in admissions decisions. And Goldman Sachs just out with a new report highlighting the historic underinvestment in historically black colleges and universities. So for more on how the headwinds and the solutions to closing the wage gap, let's bring in the author of that report, Giselle George Joseph. She's Chief Operating Officer of the Global Investment Research Division at Goldman Sachs, along with our very own Sharon Epperson. Giselle, let's start with you if we could, and just tell me what you found in this report.
Thank you so much for having me, first of all. So we decided that we wanted to deep dive into just the importance, the historical importance of historically black colleges and universities in the United States of America. And what we found were three really important takeaways. One, we found that black schools, HBCUs, really advance social mobility for black students at almost twice the rate as non-minority serving institutions.
Twice the rate.
Twice the rate, which is pretty phenomenal. And obviously, we've seen a lot of progress over time in the education of black Americans, especially black women. But the gap between white Americans and black Americans is still pretty broad. And so that is really essential. Number two, and really important, HBCUs were created, in prior to 1964. That's kind of the federal designation for what an HBCU is. And they have a long history and have been very diligent in keeping on mission in educating black.
All right, guys, let's get ready. I got a little lulled to sleep. What? Oh, let me go feed her real quick, guys. I'm sorry. She's got food, but come here, turkey. I get it, baby. You guys want me to keep AMD up? There ain't nobody on here. It's be cool. Maybe one day. We're gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna build something good. Because I also need help. I'm not perfect. And I'm not afraid to admit that. That's a nice hold on the cues, guys. Looks a little better than the spy. Come on, I'll go get it. I'll be right back, guys, and we'll get into this Fed minutes.
Over 20% of STEM degrees come from HBCUs for Black Americans every year. And very importantly, HBCUs continue to really provide a lot of pipeline to medical schools. And that's really important because you also see a huge healthcare gap with the Black American population. And we know from the data that minority physicians tend to service sort of low-income neighborhoods more.
So that sets up the importance of the
HBCUs.
HBCUs, thank you. But Sharon, walk us through the context here in the wake of this Supreme Court decision, right? I mean, we saw them strike down affirmative action. What does that mean for this group of colleges?
Well, I think it means a lot for all colleges and universities, and the impact on diversity is going to be significant. If you look at what Howard University has said in its statement, the decision will not only have a devastating impact on the diversity of colleges and universities across the country, but will also decrease access to higher education for students. But that said, because of the statistics that were just outlined in terms of the small number of colleges that are HBCUs in this country, but the disproportionate number of graduates getting bachelor's degrees, STEM degrees, and medical degrees, there may be more of a focus on HBCUs for very talented students looking to where they want to go for higher education. So the president of Delaware State University made that point, saying that more students of color who might have chosen to apply to a predominantly white institution will now apply to and attend a HBCU instead.
So is that sort of the unintended consequence of this, as a silver lining for these colleges, where they're going to have a broader applicant pool and maybe a higher skilled applicant pool coming in?
It could be, but keep in mind that many students are going for further education. And as they're looking broadly to graduate programs, again, this decision is going to have an adverse effect on Black students pursuing those advanced degrees. Right. So there are other
It's not just the undergraduate level.
President's making that point, absolutely.
So Giselle, if you can, maybe it's too early. We're all sort of sorting through the implications of this decision just happened within the past week. But if you can sort of filter through what happens as we go through the undergraduate level, then to the graduate level that Sharon's talking about, and then out into the workforce, how do you see the echoes of this decision playing out in the years to come?
Well, one of the key tenets of our inclusive growth research at Goldman Sachs is that if we are able to sort of address some of the racial disparities that we see in the economy, that is not just the fair thing to do, it's not just the right thing to do, but it's good for business and it's good for the economy. And we want that equity, we should want that equality. At Goldman, we say we want an economy that's working for everybody. And so that, I think, is one of the focus areas of the research, is just the importance of the investment in these organizations, right? In these institutions that we see in the research has been historically underfunded for many, many years. So that's a huge focus for us.
So what's your advice then to employers who are going to be looking a couple of years out at a very shifting landscape in terms of who's graduating from these elite schools? What should employers do?
So I would say three things. One is that you want to make aspirational goals for hiring from these institutions, right? And so make it public, put it out there. When these things are sort of out in the public, I think people are more accountable to those numbers. Number two is really focusing on creating pathways within your organization. So at Goldman, for example, and Sharon and I were just talking about this, we have a program called HBCU Possibilities, Market Madness. And every year we bring in, and we started this 3 years ago, and you look, post sort of George Floyd, the rise of Black Lives Matter movement, the pandemic, we've had more focus on these institutions, I think, than we've had in the past. But at Goldman, we bring in these students, 150 students from 12 HBCUs. We teach them financial concepts over the course of 6 months.
We teach them soft skills. We teach them about finance. We teach them, just sort of the full scope. And then at the end, we have them present to our very senior leaders. David Solomon, our CEO, is involved in this. John Rogers, who's our chief of staff. Jan Hatzius, who's our chief economist and head of research. All of these senior leaders take a stake in helping to educate, familiarize, this population.
Great to see the top people.
It's fantastic,
involved, right? You have to have access to
commitment.
them.
And it's similar to what we have at Comcast NBC Universal and NBC News Group in having our NBCU Academy, 45 academic partners, many of them HBCUs, providing a pipeline on-campus education and training and getting to meet you and other people in the organization to find out how to do the job. So
More
I think
importantly,
that
the senior people in the organization.
well, everybody,
Yes.
so that people understand what jobs it takes to get there, and also hear from the leaders. But it takes investment from the top to really make these things happen.
Fascinating conversation, very important. Thank you both for being here. Really appreciate Giselle, George, Joseph, and our own Sharon Epperson. Appreciate that. And still ahead, more on the president's reported plan to limit China's access to cloud services and the potential impact on two of the biggest players, Amazon and Microsoft. That's coming up next.
A lot of stocks are looking like this, guys. I kind of hold on. Azerbaijan. So, what does that mean for oil? Whoa. Whoa. Cannot do that. No, that's no. Doesn't look like it's having much of an effect right now. Kind of curious to see what AMD is doing. Not sure why I fought that trade. It was a green trade. Let's not get over our skis now. I came into it already somewhat leaning more so to the short side, but would not have been surprised at all if it did try to pull up with the market. It's already had some downside to it, but this target right here is what we're going for, 113.92. And this thing's fared pretty well, man. This was a great trade if you guys were able to capitalize on it. I got a small gain out of it. Nothing huge, nothing crazy. Small base hit. Better than nothing. But man, it's why I think watching the tape needs to be stressed, and knowing how to read and how to, and I could have did a better job at that. It wasn't up until here, this retest, and in this candle, and is when I at least started to take notice in big orders, because I was mainly focused on the SPY, the Qs, and kind of seeing what they were doing, gauging what they were doing versus other stocks. Let's see here.
So you cut off access to U.S. cloud companies, and you eliminate another access path to advanced chips for Chinese players. That could, however, hurt U.S. cloud companies like Amazon, that has a ton of Chinese customers in manufacturing, retail, media, gaming, and beyond. Microsoft's Azure could be hurt as well. It also has a significant China business. Both of them have websites devoted to winning over some of that business for their cloud units. Chinese companies, if they can't go to Amazon,
Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if if we start to get a rally here on Microsoft. Oh, good, bro. Good. No, not right now, but I'm actually thinking about Microsoft. Just looking at this, looking at the volume. You okay? No, I took AMD this morning. I shorted that, had a nice gain on it, took my profits. I wanted to wait for this Fed minutes, man. So I knew we had Fed minutes. We have some data tomorrow. It's a short week. So I just wanted to put on a nice green trade, get money in my pocket. You know, it's all about getting a paycheck here. And, you know, then we worry about the bonuses. So yeah, I'm not in anything right now, but yeah, man, that's crazy, bro. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I definitely grabbed that AMD. So here's what's funny about that. Baby, hold on. AMD actually had, if you looked at the options chain, come here. I'm going to bring her up here. 1 second. Come here, baby. You're okay. Here, Daddy's got his notebook out of the way, so you can come on up. Are you feeling okay? So, I had, spin around, baby. Lay down. Over here. Over here. Over here, baby. You're okay. Over this way. So, there you go, mama. So, listen, the contracts this morning, on AMD, they were so messed up. Like, I don't know what's been going on at the NASDAQ, if they've got some construction or something going on or doing something. She's going to knock everything off my desk. But the bid was higher than the ask. So, this morning, right when I looked, and I seen it as soon as I went to get in. I actually went to get in on this candle, guys. And the bid was like 2-3 cents higher than the ask. So I'm not sure what's been going on, but this is like the third time in the past 2 months that I've heard about that. So I don't know what's going on. It may not be the NASDAQ. I'm sorry. It's the CBOE. The CBOE. So I'm not sure. Maybe they're under construction. I'm not sure. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that sucks, man. I was looking for the SPY to get short. I was actually looking for like contracts for like the end of the week or 2 weeks from now. At least I want to get on with some time. Go look at so if we bring up a daily chart right now, I was literally just looking at the daily chart on this other screen I have over here. I was looking at it on my phone. But like this, look at the daily, guys. I gotta get rid of these lines. It was so tiring here, just sitting here talking to myself. I started freaking falling asleep. But look at this flat top resistance. So we know until it breaks, we got to be short up here. Now this doesn't mean, that doesn't mean that, this move could happen tomorrow, Thursday. Today's what? Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. It could happen tomorrow. Could happen Friday. I'm not sure what type of data we have next week. Oh, wow. That's crazy, bro. That's about what it was, too. It was about an hour, so it's... Hold on, there was some, news that just came across here. I'm looking at Tesla. I'm looking at Microsoft. I'm thinking actually Microsoft. So I came in kind of like both ways on AMD. I'm long and I'm also short. But I was definitely convinced on the short side when the market was rallying and then AMD just rejected hard at that level. At this level right here. This is ultimately could be the this is the target for now. The target for AMD is 113.97. Call it 114 flat, and then we get into this prior pivot double top. All right, that'll be around 112.50. Yeah, 112.50. And here it goes. And I think AMD could get here today. I think AMD closes this gap today. It's hard to say. These Fed minutes could mess with it, but I don't think they will because the Qs are looking good right now, and the Qs are putting in a nice support level. Sorry, I had to lock my keyboard because of her. Like, look, see how it's holding this level, guys? I can pull up a 5-minute, really on any minute. It looks a lot better than SPY. You see that? Of course, this doesn't have pre-market data. Shit, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom now. Red Bull, for me, at least, is always good for that. I always feel like I gotta go to the bathroom after I drink Red Bull. So yeah, couple minutes, and we have Fed minutes. Pretty sure it's not 2:30. It should be 2 o'clock. I'm pretty sure. So I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, and we are going to go over the FOMC minutes and see if there's any changes. See if it tells us anything that we don't already know, which I don't think it does. So get ready, guys. Get ready. You might start seeing the VIX. The VIX is actually up a little bit today. Alright, guys, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I was looking at Microsoft. If it holds this level, I wouldn't mind being long. Even though it looked like Microsoft's a short. I still have to go through the charts. I haven't really done my work on it yet to really decide what it is I need to do or should do. Wow, man. I'm sure these contracts are up almost 200% now. It's hard to say. Alright, I will be right back because I do not want to miss these minutes. I'm just going to go use the bathroom real quick. Yeah, exactly. We'll see. You know, watch VWAP. See if it comes back up to reject this 443.45-ish area. 443.45.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon and welcome to Power Lunch. Alongside Contessa Brewer, I'm Tyler Matheson. Glad you can be with us. We're about to get the minutes from the Fed's rather eventful last meeting on interest rates. And that was when the Fed chose to pause, but hint at the possibility of more hikes to come. We'll see about that as the end of July approaches.
First, we want to get a check on the markets here as stocks are lower across the board. You see the Dow Industrials off by 1/3%. The S&P 500 is down 0.17%, and NASDAQ Composite down about the same. The loss is not too big, less than 0.5%. Let's get to Steve Leisman now for the Fed minutes. Steve.
Minutes to the Fed meeting show that almost all saw future rate hikes as being appropriate, and some even wanted to hike by 25 basis points at the June meeting. We don't know how many some is. We know it's less than many, and it's more than a few. The reason they wanted to hike was because they saw the labor market as tight, and they saw few clear signs that inflation was returning to the 2% target. Most said, however, the Fed would benefit from taking a little more time, dealing with the high levels of uncertainty that were out there. Those uncertainties included the lagged effects of monetary policy, as well as tighter credit conditions from the banks and what kind of effect that would have on the economy. Almost all saw inflation risks to the upside. Inflation, they said, was unacceptably high and slowing less rapidly than expected. And an interesting comment here in the minutes, some saw the effects of higher rates on housing bottoming out. In other words, they had already gotten as much tightening as they're going to get or easing in the housing market, and it was already bottomed out. We've seen that in some of the economic data. Some saw downside economic risk and upside risk to unemployment, so there is a dovish wing to the party there, to the FOMC. Real GDP was seen as resilient, but expected to slow. And there's a couple more here. Consumer spending was stronger than expected. A few people were worried, though, in the committee that consumers are facing increasingly tighter budget constraints, including from less savings. The labor market was seen as very tight, but payrolls were expected to slow. Finally, tighter credit conditions from the banks were likely to weigh on economic activity. And in fact, the staff is still forecasting, that's the Fed staff, still forecasting a mild recession in the second half because of those tighter credit conditions. But in general, they see the effects as uncertain. And some even said, you know what? It ain't coming. Back to you guys.
All right, Steve, stick around as we welcome Daniel Morris to our conversation for more reaction on the Fed minutes and the impact on the markets. He is Chief Market Strategist at BNP Paribas Asset Management, joins us from London. You said you checked the accent at the customs, so we're glad to have you, Daniel. Welcome. You say, among other things, that the Fed is more worried about avoiding a recession than getting inflation back to target quickly. What makes you feel that way?
Well, look at what they did at the last meeting. I mean, we know going into the meeting that they were not on target for their inflation projection for this year, let alone when we get back to 2%. So there's one or two ways you can respond to that. Either you say, we're going to make that target, we're going to hike rates now, we're going to do what we said we do, or instead they say...
So what did I tell you guys? Probably a non-event. We watched it last night, man, and this is why you don't really want to front run something. It's just common sense. And people can act like it's a big deal, this and that. But if you know, you should be able to tell your listeners that unless there is something unexpected, which there isn't going to be, because we just had Powell, that's when the market moves. But they're there just holding rates. There was a few. We can pull it up. Yeah. Yep. That's the level, man. That's the level. Yep. This kind of sucks. Hopefully we get some volatility. Maybe we'll get some volatility tomorrow. I'm kind of still think we could. I still think we could get some volatility tomorrow. There was just something about... Oh, and then we have job numbers, but still, unless there's a surprise there... Come on. I was hoping to be able to wake up to news for some companies. Just, any type of random news. whether it's oil, gold, anything. Just something to get us moving a little bit. I want to see if we can get back down to test 440s. Like, that's ultimately where I want to see the market go to get another leg higher. Now, you could always get news overnight. You know, it could happen overnight. So, we're holding strong here, though. Just don't be surprised if we end up just ripping up from here. But look, 1,400 share order. There was a lot of selling on AMD. Like, if you looked at the amount, like the ticket orders on AMD, like, I mean, there's 1,000 share sell that just came through, but there was, look, 2,500 for another 25. You know, there was an 8,000 sell share order that got filled and went through that went running down the tape, followed by another 2 to 3, 4,000. So they were shorting the shit out of that thing today. There's 3,000 shares just right there. Oh, she's speeding up. See that? She's speeding up. 1,100. That okay? No.
So that being said, if there are more hikes to come, where do you see opportunities? Do you still think that there's room in market equities, or do you think that?
I just think it's really funny that, you know, yields are rising. Yields have been rising, and the market's just still going up with it. I think the only one that's really moved is TLT. It's the only one that's moved in the direction that it should go because of that stuff. Usually you don't get that. You know, usually it'll be all the whole market usually. Like, look at TLT today, guys. That's an opportunity and a half right there. There's $2 there, guys. $1.80, something like that. $1.75. Watch, here comes the rally. I had a feeling this shit was going to happen. That it was holding there. What are you doing, Bean? You guys want to see the most beautiful cat in the world? Hold on. It'll show it in here in a second. That's my baby girl. Okay. I'm telling you guys, she's she's got the best color to her. She's got the best color with her blue eyes. It's my world. Alright, so guys, I don't know or if I'm going to do anything for the remainder of the day. Looks like AMD might get a bounce to close out the day. I could see them covering their shorts here because you didn't get anything unexpected to send NVIDIA lower out of the Fed minutes. I was kind of wanting to watch that, how it reacted off of the Fed minutes. And there was no surprise there. So you don't have to go to sleep, baby. You can come over here and hang out with Dad. So yeah, it's so important for you guys. If you guys really want to do good and make money at this, like, just know right here, up here, guys, it can happen overnight, and a lot of the moves have happened overnight. So maybe I may want to look into I mean, I've already looked into it. I'm going to get puts. I'm just kind of deciding. I need to pan this chart out and kind of see what it's telling me to do, and just get it done, because I think we're going to go. I think we're going to visit it. I think we're going to see 440. We should get at least a pullback. So what that entails is, running Fibonacci's. All right, measuring moves, kind of just knowing how the market moves and being able to, just read a chart. And it takes time. It was funny because there was a time, I should say, where I begged, I prayed. I'm like, how can I just get better at reading price action? Like, what can I do to, like, kind of like say, hey, I think it's going to go here, and it goes there, And it kind of just happened. I don't know. It's weird. It's just time, guys. It just happened with time. So they sold it off pre-market. I just wonder, since this held up here, let's see, we opened lower, came up higher, held. So right now in my mind, I'm fighting two things. I have a bull market or bear market rally, whatever you want to call it, where people are underweight, and I know that this market can just go ahead and take off. But the other side is saying this is a pretty big resistance level here. This has been a 2-day flat top, call it 3-day, 4-day resistance level. All right. So it's turning this into support now. This pivot right here, it's turning it into support. Trying to. So who's, like, are money managers going to go start getting long again? Like, are they going to give us the pullback to get long? Like, what's going on? I need to know. What are your guys' thoughts? What do you think is going to take place? It is kind of still a low volume type of day, guys, so I wouldn't get over your skis with getting positioned. It's such a low volume, so don't force it. Don't force anything. My thoughts are is a pullback. I want to see a pullback. I don't want to just waste money just to waste money. There it goes. Wow. She going. There's momentum. But just watch, because it could just bounce right back up, or this could be it. Yeah, this isn't There it goes. Come on, get that volume in there. The volume that came in was to the upside. If nobody teaches you that, let me help you teach you. Like, you want to watch when whatever it is you're watching ends up oh shit, they're fighting back now. All right. So what happened was on this candle, you had like some volume come through, but the volume candle itself really took off when this buying came in, and it was like down here, and then zoom, it sent that volume bar up. So there's still some buying in there, so it can be a little misleading. See that? See, look at that tail wick. If you guys did not notice that, what I just told you, not to say it can't come down. Your 9 EMA is way up here. I would say it's going to meet right around here. But it's just, it's tricky. It's condescending because this is a volume bar with high volume, and the candle's red. It closed red. The volume bar's red, obviously, because it closed red. But the majority of that candle, the majority of this volume is actually to the buy side. So you guys want to watch candles? Yeah, yeah, that's what's up, man. So you guys want to pay attention to stuff like that. This is kind of misleading. Huge sell candle. Look at that sell candle. Well, actually, half of that, if not more than half, is actually to the buy side. But yeah, that's what's up, man. If you call it either that, what I was telling you, or the downside there, that's what's up. And that's why you got this tail here. It didn't surprise me when we got that tail. So let's see if we can get to the 9 EMA right around 42.94 or so. Yeah, that's what's up, bro. That's what's up, man. Hey, 2 is 2. You know, 2 turns into 5. 5 turns into 10. 10 turns into 150. Or 50. 25. You know. I've bought a fair, like, I've done some stupid shit in my life. But it wasn't stupid because I didn't realize that I wouldn't be able to handle it. But I'm just going to say I've done some things in the past. You know, but I'm just going to tell you, man, that those 2s do go to 5, and that 5 does go to 10, and then to 20, and then to 30. You know, and you really put your foot on the pedal when you start reading the chart and being able, like, you just know when there's a good setup and you got it. There's been times, like, I love when the SPY will put in, like, a pennant all day, and then, like, we'll break out, and then on that pullback, boom, I'm loading calls. Like, I was actually doing it quite a good amount during the 2020 year, 2022 a little bit. There was some good price action the last couple years. I hope it, it's sad to see it go, but I still think it's just a seasonal thing, and I think we got another 6. Hopefully, I don't know if it's not going to be as much, but if we get that recession talk and things start happening, that volatility is going to be right back in front of us, and we need to capitalize on it. So you guys need to know bear market and bull market indicators. Like what do you look for to know if something is strong to be able to sell at the top? Not just to say, oh, this is resistance. Like, resistance isn't enough. Resistance isn't enough. You can plan for this well in advance before it gets to resistance and know. It's I don't understand. Like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, I'll just do break and retest. It works for me. Okay, good. I'm glad it does. but there's ways to know instead of just you're taking a guess on that level holding. Use past indicators, current or prior indicators, to help show you that that level is really going to stick, and that you can feel, it helps you feel more comfortable that the chances are greater that you're on the right side of the trade. You know, if it was just as easy as, this one easy setup, then a lot of people would be millionaires right now. Then why aren't, if you're so comfortable, you should be able to put your whole account on it. On those trades. Like, if you're not, then you're just, you know what I mean? That's what's good about the market, is like, you don't have to put your whole account, but like, it's not like you get in your position and that's it. Like, you could literally risk like just a little bit over commissions. You can stop out, but you can also die of 1,000 cuts as well. So I just I want to use everything at my disposal to help me make the best decision, and also helping me stay in the position and feeling comfortable about it. So we are to the downside a little bit. We are almost at this one level. I don't know if it's 1 million. I want to say 1 million or 100 million. This here, bottom left, is the Vold ratio. Volume to the upside versus volume to the downside. The majority of the volume is to the downside. But for some reason, we're stick. Oh, there it goes. There she blows. Nice. I knew it was coming, but the light volume, I just can't get jiggy with that ish. I need some volume. Man, that would be awesome. So we're putting in an island reversal, and that's the most bullish setup you could ever have. An island reversal is a bullish setup, and you can put some trust in them that if it holds, like if we come back and we hold this 438, I'm telling you right now, even 438, let me see. Yeah, we fill this gap at 438. We could even go to 436.50, but 438, guys, 438 starts to hold, and we get, like, you see how this is a decrease in volume on the way down? If we continue down with low volume like this, next week we could get the SPY ripping face, guys. I'm telling you right now, this is a bullish setup. If you don't see what I'm talking about, look at this. I mean, first you got to know what an island reversal is, but we can teach all that. It's no problem. No problem. Let's see here. So let's go to the hourly chart. We're there. Arrow. Boom. Nope. Did not give me the arrow. And boom. There we go. Huh? Oh, the Wimbledon jaunt. Just stop. Please, what the hell is wrong with people? That goddamn white people again. Freaking white people, man, I tell you. That's crazy. Stop oil. Let's not go let's not go to let's just tell all the airplanes and all the people they can't travel. Let's just not make any new homes. What fucking idiots, man. People have serious issues out there, man. It's so sad. Like, it's either just for, like, look at me. I don't know. Some people just need to be smacked. You're so fucking stupid. I would love to tell them that. You're so fucking stupid. Can I get you some medication, please? Because you need it. Like, what the fuck? Like, you should be, like, I'm sad to be a human. That shit makes me sad to be a human. It's unbelievable. Stop oil. Stop oil from doing what? Why don't you go be a productive member of society and get the hell off the damn tennis court? How about that? I mean, am I right? Am I wrong? Nice job, bro. Alright, guys. I gotta go. I'm gonna go do a couple things real quick. I might call it a day here. I gotta go. I gotta go make a run. I gotta go run an errand. Give me 1 second.
Prices.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Automakers reporting sales numbers, and Phil LeBeau has them. Hi, Phil.
Contessa, these are strong numbers from GM and Toyota today. Let's start first off with General Motors reporting an increase in the second quarter of 18.8% in terms of their sales, and that was better than some analysts were expecting. And there's a couple of numbers within the numbers that are important to point out. First of all, when it comes to average transaction price, up more than $1,400 compared to the first quarter. So they are continuing to see strong pricing with their vehicles. Also, their incentives and inventory, General Motors says they are flat, relatively speaking, compared to the first quarter. So that goes against the grain in terms of people saying, well, the market is going to be slowing down. We're going to see a huge surge in inventory. Certainly not what we're seeing as you take a look at shares of General Motors. And then let's transition over to talk about Toyota. Toyota reporting its June sales up 14.9%, including truck sales up 17%. When you put all of this together, and we'll get the final number either later today or tomorrow, the sales pace for the second quarter, GM thinks it's going to come in for the U.S. at 16 million. Now, if that's the case, you've got to go back at least a couple of years to see a sales pace for a quarter that was that high. Again, this goes against the grain in terms of what people were expecting earlier this year, guys. And I know a lot of people want to talk about EVs, and they're important in terms of a growth area for the auto industry, still a lot of people out there buying those internal combustion engine vehicles.
I want to ask you a couple macro questions here. One, what does it indicate about auto buyers? I mean, you've got interest rates that are higher than they've been for the last couple years if you're trying to borrow for a car. What does it mean about the appetite? And then the other part of this, Phil, is that we're watching all of these labor disruptions at West Coast ports. What are you hearing from the manufacturers about how they're anticipating supply chain moving forward? It might be great now. What happens in the next month or two?
I think the supply chain issue is not a huge one that they're worried about. I mean, obviously they keep an eye on it, but keep in mind that most of the vehicles sold in this country, the supply chain is in this country. And while there may be some disruptions here or there, generally speaking, this is not a case where at this point it's going to slow down production. The bigger concern for automakers, especially the big three, it's the UAW contract that comes up in September. That's going to be an ugly negotiation. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a strike given the way the UAW is talking at this point. With regard to demand and the consumer, Contessa, there's still a lot of pent-up demand out there. I mean, you can't deny that. When you look at the average transaction price, even with higher interest rates, it is not slowing down as many people expected it to.
Phil, appreciate you bringing us the numbers and breaking out the bigger picture for us.
All right, thank you, Phil. And both Tesla and Rivian beating expectations. Tesla delivering a record number of cars in the latest quarter. Rivian also a market mover after reporting deliveries were up nearly 60% from the prior quarter. So is it time to get bullish on some of those auto stocks? Chris Pierce has some opinions. He's senior research analyst with Needham, and today he reiterated his buy rating on Rivian and his hold on Tesla. Chris, why the hold on Tesla and the buy on Rivian? What's the distinction between the two?
I look at Rivian and I see a stock that investors kind of bailed on throughout 2022 because of supply chain issues, and they had to constantly revise production numbers lower. With Rivian, in my eyes, it's never been a demand question. It's about, can they manufacture these vehicles and get them out to consumers at an increasing pace? And they proved they could do that in Q1, beating consensus estimates for deliveries. Investors didn't really take notice. It's taken some time for investors to kind of to look at the stock with fresh eyes. But after a healthy beat in Q2, I think investors are starting to realize that this is a company that we feel comfortable about demand. Manufacturing is improving at accelerating rates, and they've detailed per unit cost downs on a per unit basis, so margins can improve from fixed cost absorption, and margins can improve on a per unit basis. So you've got a stock with momentum behind it, a company with momentum behind it as far as manufacturing, and the numbers are heading in the right direction.
Did I hear you say
that left for dead?
That investors had taken it out, taken Rivian to the woodshed last year. If I did hear you correctly, can't the same be said for Tesla over the past 12? I mean, it's come back a lot this year. To make the fair point, but last year was a very bad year for Tesla in the stock market.
I would say with Rivian, you had an IPO that IPO'd around, I think $78 was the price. The stock trended lower throughout the year on supply chain issues and manufacturing issues, and investors were just unwilling. You had a stock that people were questioning the future of this company 3 to 5 years from now, given capital need to be raised, investor appetite for growth stocks that lose money. And I think that longer-term estimates, my longer-term estimates at least, I feel a lot more comfortable about after the past 2 quarters. And a stock, like you said, that had been, quote-unquote, taken to the woodshed. So you've got an under-owned asset, an underappreciated asset here, where investors kind of have to do a 180. It's a negative feedback loop turns to a positive feedback loop.
All right,
as far as Tesla...
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I would say as far as Tesla... Yes, there was a drawdown towards the end of last year, but it was more around I don't know that it was ever around the company fundamentals. It was around what's going on with Tesla's share price. Is their CEO selling to fund Tesla, to fund Twitter? It wasn't really around the fundamentals. And as Tesla's fundamentals have improved, I think that the stock has rallied, but it's a situation where you kind of, if you look at these two stocks, you've got one that's very, I don't want to say over.
All right, guys, I am going to call it a day here. Got a family emergency. It's not an emergency, but it is. Stochastics is low. I don't have stochastics on here. Well, you can just look at your RSI. It's kind of the same thing, but at least on the hourly chart, it's pretty low. Yeah, man, I'm with you, bro. I'll see you then too. So, yeah, I will be on later on this afternoon. I'm gonna change the thing. I'm just gonna do more of like a watch list, stuff like that. I still gotta learn editing and all that stuff. I want to make videos, but I'm just gonna touch in the yields and the VIX and some other things. We'll make it a short video. Do the best I can. I gotta make a change to get some more viewers and get this group going, guys. So whatever we can all do to help would be great to help us all out, you know. So you guys have a great day. I hope you guys had a good day trading today. I hope you guys didn't get too overwhelmed or have a bad day. If you did, the market's open tomorrow. Don't throw yourself out of the game. Just keep yourself in the game, guys. All right? Keep yourself in the game. Put in the work. See what you did wrong, okay? You got to. It's the only way you're going to get better. Ask questions. I'm sure there's anything you guys want to ask, just throw it in the chat. There's so many other people that want to know the same question. If you have a question, chances are someone else has the same exact question. So, you guys take care. I will see you all tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. If you could, before you go, like, share, and subscribe. That would also be greatly appreciated. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful night. And I will see you on the live stream tonight, guys. Peace.